12 together. I have regular discussions with Cabinet colleagues on a wide range of issues, including economic growth and increasing economic growth in Wales. We're creating thousands of jobs across Wales, supported by our investment into nuclear power in Wilver, 2 AI growth zones, 2 free ports, 2 investment zones, rail enhancements across the country, and a defence growth deal, to name a few.
Calvin Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the announcement of the £50 million Wales Defence Growth Deal that the Welsh Minister and the Defence Secretary made a few weeks ago, they visited Spaceforge, who, at the request of my air cadets from 12F Walthamstow and Leighton Squadron, I am meeting at the Space Expo in East London tomorrow. Now, Spaceforge are an SME at the forefront of semiconductor and spacecraft technology development, a sector which is supporting economic growth and creating high-quality jobs here in the UK and in Wales. Now, can the Secretary of State outline what steps the government is taking to support space SMEs to access finance and to continue growing here, creating the jobs for my air cadets, rather than relocating to the United States, where space regulations can be more flexible?
Secretary of State.
I thank my honourable friend for his question. Our £50 million defence growth deal will harness Wales's unique strengths in autonomy, and it's focused on supporting the growth of dual-use industry right across Wales, so that the benefits will be felt beyond the defence sector. This deal is another example of the choice facing Wales at the Senedd election in May. You have Plaid, who'd rather reject defence investment and pull us out of NATO at this critical moment of global instability. And you have Reform, whose foreign policy will probably be determined by their friend President Putin. Only Labour can be trusted to invest in our national security and our economy.
To swallow.
Speaker, one challenge faced by young people from Bracknell to Bangor is a lack of affordable housing, and not building enough homes affects our economy too. I was pleased to see that the Secretary of State recently announced that our UK government would be devolving powers to create a vacant land tax to the Welsh Government. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that this move will prevent land banking and lead to more houses being built in Wales? Good for the economy, good for our young people.
I thank my honourable friend for his question. Indeed, I was very pleased to announce last month that this government plans to devolve powers to the Welsh Government to introduce a vacant land tax, subject to consultation. This is going to help Welsh Government encourage even more house building, fuelling construction jobs and economic growth. And it's a perfect example of how this Labour Government approaches enhancing devolution. We will never miss an opportunity to enhance devolution in ways that make a practical and a positive difference to the people and the economy of Wales.
Tristan Osborne.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is very welcome to note this morning that the Welsh Minister was opening the London Stock Exchange, and in light of St David's Day and also the opening of Welsh Week, is this not a vindication of the 2 Labour governments in Wales and in Westminster working in partnership? In my constituency in Chatham and Aylesford and across the country, economic growth is absolutely critical. Can the Minister explain what steps they are taking to ensure economic growth is spread across the country for my constituents and in Wales?
I thank my honourable friend for his question, and I did indeed have the privilege of opening the London Stock Exchange this morning to mark St David's Day and Wales Week, giving me the opportunity to recognise Wales's thriving financial services and fintech sectors that are benefiting from this government's modern industrial strategy. We're also building small modular reactors on Wilver, wind farms in the Celtic Sea, new train stations in North and South Wales, and a stronger Welsh economy through our AI growth zones, investment zones and free ports. But most of all, Mr. Speaker, we're building Wales's future by investing in our economy, creating jobs and tackling the cost of living.
Katrina Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government's decision to invest over £2 billion into creating Britain's first fleet of small modular reactors in Anglesey will create thousands of jobs and bring significant economic benefits to the whole region. Will the Secretary of State agree with me that the Scottish Government should join the Welsh Government in welcoming thousands of jobs and significant economic growth that nuclear developments can bring?
Secretary of State.
My honourable friend makes a very important point. When we made the £2.5 billion nuclear investment announcement at Coleg Menai, I saw what a difference it will make to people in the area. I met students who will be able to learn, earn and not have to leave their family and their community to get on in life, because we are creating 3,000 good direct jobs and many thousands more in the supply chain, with one of the biggest public investments in Welsh history. And it's for SNP members opposite to explain to their constituents exactly why the SNP stands in the way of game-changing investments like this for Scotland.
Adam Jogi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Aside from being the best place in our kingdom, Newcastle and Lyme is 30 miles or so from the Welsh border, and so the recent announcement, from this Labour government on rail will see benefits for my people too, as the upgrade to the Marches line delivers quicker services to South Wales. So can the Secretary of State reassure me that this investment will deliver real economic benefits for Staffordshire, for England and for Wales?
Secretary of State.
I thank my honourable friend for recognising the scale of our Welsh Rail announcement and its benefits to cross-border travel as well. Our two Labour governments have agreed a long-term plan for Welsh Rail that we're committed to delivering as quickly as possible, unlocking 12,000 jobs and connecting people to the tens of thousands of jobs that we're creating across Wales. The pipeline of 43 projects worth up to £14 billion in North, South, Mid and West Wales will deliver the rail network Wales deserves, righting years of underfunding at the hands of the Conservatives. Mr Speaker, this shows the impact of two Labour governments working together and our sheer determination to deliver for the people of Wales.
Joe Roberts.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Drinks producers warn that the UK government's decision to allow Wales to include glass in a deposit return scheme threatens some products, up to 90% of them, being removed from shelves. Why has the government taken this decision to allow an Internal Markets Act exclusion that threatens jobs, it threatens consumer choice and will require unique Welsh labelling, all at a time when Wales already recycles 92% of glass at curbside?
We have worked closely with the devolved governments on a UK-wide DRS, and we now have alignment on PET plastics and metals in DRS across the UK, with the same launch date, October 2027, which is good news for business. We considered the Welsh Government's exclusion proposal in line with our commitments in the 2025 review of the UK Internal Market Act, and in doing so we engaged with businesses and environmental stakeholders across the UK. We believe that the UKIM Act exclusion that we've agreed in response to the Welsh Government is the most pragmatic way we can protect trade and support growth within the UK.
Chip.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the Minister very much for her answer? Minister, the Minister will know, I will know, that when it comes to economic growth in Wales, or indeed in Northern Ireland, or in Scotland, or in England, we're better together. We're better together historically, we're better together culturally. My Gaelic cousins who sit in front of me here in the seating here, they're my cousins, they're my friends. I want them to stay in the United Kingdom. What can the Minister do? What can the Minister do to ensure that these people who are as yet undecided what they want to do, that it's better to be within the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, always better together?
I think he's united quite a lot of us across the House, Mr Speaker. His friends in front of him, they want separatism. They want to inflict an independence that will cost every single person in Wales, adults and children, £7,000 every single year. They want to build walls between us at a time when we really should be standing together.
Mims Davies, Shadow Secretary of State.
So let's try this again. One of the UK's greatest strengths is all four nations trading freely in a strong internal market. This Labour government's choice is to permit their colleagues in Cardiff Bay to include glass in its deposit return scheme. It risks sectors, livelihoods and market withdrawal. Mr Speaker, the UK Spirits Alliance, wider food and drink sector warned this will disrupt supply chains. It will deter future investment and hamper growth. growth. Will the Secretary of State accept it's unworkable, it's unenforceable? Will she act to protect the United Kingdom from this separatism?
Secretary of State.
Mr Speaker, I don't recognise what she is setting out, and I refer her to my previous answer. We believe that the UKIM Act exclusion that we've agreed in response to the Welsh Government is the most pragmatic way we can protect trade and support growth within the UK.
Mims Davies.
Or we could just not do it, as we say. We'll stay on this side. Wales, Mr Speaker, has both the highest unemployment and economic inactivity rates in the UK. Following the spring forecast, the OBR confirmed the Labour Chancellor's welfare spending will increase by a staggering £18 billion to £333 billion this year alone, up 5.8%. A staggering £15 billion every year across the next forecast period. Mr Speaker, given those figures, what specific measures is the Secretary of State taking to jumpstart confidence and boost economic growth in Wales so work pays and people see this government is not just about welfare dependency and bankrupting the country?
Secretary of State.
Well, the Conservatives strangled the Welsh economy with over a decade of austerity and neglect. Labour's economic plan is working. Wages are rising, inflation is falling, and the economy is growing. They presided over stagnant wages, insecure employment, and a broken welfare system. We're investing in our infrastructure, creating jobs, growing wages, and building an economy that works for the people of Wales.
David Chadwick, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Tourism is one of our key economic sectors in mid-Wales. And last year I visited Forest Fields in Radnorshire, a beautiful campsite, a beautiful family business that's been built up over generations. But now, Mr Speaker, Butte Energy are planning on building a wind farm on the other side of the hill from it with turbines that will be nearly as big as the Shard. So can she tell us if her government or her colleagues in Cardiff have conducted any economic impact assessment on the damage this will do to our economy in Powys?
Secretary of State.
Mr Speaker, I think we have this discussion and this exchange at every single Wales oral questions. We need to bring energy bills down. We do that by investing in renewable infrastructure. We create jobs in the process and we secure Wales's energy independence and the UK's energy independence. And bearing in mind the situation at the moment across the world, that is absolutely the right plan.
Leasehold Roberts.
The spring forecast revising down of economic growth was made before the outbreak of war in Iran, but now the price of energy has spiked, with gas up close to 100%. If the war continues for even a few weeks, these costs will directly hit the pockets of people and businesses in Wales. So is the Secretary of State not astounded that Reform are cheerleaders for prolonging Trump's aggression in the Gulf, and agree with me that Wales can't afford the cost of reform?
Secretary of State.
Wales certainly can't afford the cost of reform, and I would say they can't afford the cost of Plaid Cymru either.
Leasehold Roberts.
I would have expected something a little bit more thought through from the Secretary of State, especially if we're actually looking at the economy of Wales. The Industrial Communities Alliance warns that the government's 70% to 30% capital to revenue split for the local growth fund will have dire consequences. It'll pull the rug out from under business support, training and employability services, and it will cost hundreds, if not thousands, of jobs across Wales. This includes organisations like the fantastic Porthi Dre in Caernarfon, who tackle hunger, food waste and loneliness, and they face the loss of key staff members thanks to her Labour government. Will she therefore commit to allowing greater spending flexibility to safeguard the very jobs we need to boost employment?
The UK Government is investing more than £500 million in Wales through the new Local Growth Fund to help create jobs, growth and opportunity in communities right across Wales. This targeted long-term investment will drive economic growth, create jobs and put more money in people's pockets. I'm proud that we've delivered our manifesto commitment to restore the Welsh Government's decision-making role over these funds.
Dr Ben Spencer.
Question 4, please, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Family farms play a crucial role to our economy, our landscape and our language of Wales. I have regular discussions with ministers here in Westminster and the Welsh Government how we can ensure ongoing support. I also regularly speak to farmers, farming unions, continuing to build a true partnership, listening and responding to their needs.
Speaker, international conflict and instability risks putting up food and fuel prices and risks our domestic food resilience. Instead of reviews and platitudes, we need action to protect our farmers and our UK food resilience. Will she take action and scrap the damaging family farm tax?
Minister.
This is a Labour government committed to supporting farms right across the country. I was with the new president of NFU Cymru, Abby Reader, just a few weeks ago in Wenbo, hearing how family farms, including hers, will be protected, and I will not apologise for being a listening government, striking a fair balance between supporting farms and businesses and fixing the public finances that his party wrecked when they were in government.
Chair of the Select Committee, Ruth Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you will be aware, Mr. Speaker, the Welsh Affairs Select Committee recently published its report into farming in Wales. We welcome the government's reforms to inheritance tax, but call for further work on the impacts of this change on Welsh family farms to protect our culture, our language and our amazing farm produce. So does the Minister agree with me that the Chancellor's changes to the thresholds for APR and BPR show that this Labour government is listening to Welsh farmers and our rural communities?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend. She is absolutely right. We are a listening government, and we have listened to farmers right across the country and made the necessary changes to protect them, but also to fix our public finances, completely damaged, wrecked by the party opposite. And I'd like to commend my honourable friend for her dedication, her commitment to Wales as Chair of the Welsh Affairs Select Committee, and I look forward to continuing our work together.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Minister, in listening mode, listen to Welsh sheep farmers who are desperately concerned about being able to access both Australian and New Zealand sheep shearers this year? This is now an animal welfare issue. What conversations has she had with her Right Honourable friend, the Home Secretary, to make sure that these Commonwealth citizens can come in, they never overstay, they're only here for the shearing season, to make sure that sheep farming in Wales and indeed across the rest of the United Kingdom can be supported and continue to flourish?
Minister.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question, and he's making a really important point. And of course, we spend our time, I'm regularly out listening to farmers, speaking to the farming unions, but I'm really proud that this government is making those important trade deals which are going to make a big difference to farmers and businesses across our rural communities. This is only possible because this Labour government has achieved that economic stability and repaired our reputation on the world stage after, I'm afraid, his party made a mess of it. But I will continue to take his points back and have those negotiations, discussions with my colleagues across government.
Henry Tufnell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Minister how she is working together with the Welsh Labour government in Cardiff on the upcoming SBS negotiations to ensure that Pembrokeshire farmers in my constituency can gain the maximum benefit with our realignment with the European Union?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend, who I know is a great advocate for the farms in his constituency. Growing up in Pembrokeshire, I know that family farms are the backbone of our local community, as they are right across Wales. This is why we are negotiating an agreement with the EU, our closest partner and biggest market. So working with the Welsh Government, we're ensuring that we are slashing red tape, cutting costs for businesses, and that we are ensuring that this remains a priority and central to this agreement.
Harriet Cross, Shadow Minister.
Thank
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Over 38,000 people are employed on Welsh farms. The food and farming sector is worth £9 billion to the Welsh economy, and 90% of land is given over to farming. But in 2025 alone, over 400 farming businesses closed in Wales. Given farming's importance to Wales, can the Minister tell me when the Wales office last made representations to the Cabinet about Welsh farmers, and what actions, and I mean actions, not meetings, has she personally taken to support farming in Wales?
Minister.
This Labour government has presided over the largest devolution settlement since records began, a settlement that has been used to provide £337 million of support to farmers right across Wales. And I wonder if the honourable member opposite remembers that not only did the Welsh Conservatives vote against this support, they introduced a motion to scrap the Welsh Government's Sustainable Farming Scheme. I thought that the Welsh Conservative slogan was "farming needs a friend." That does not sound very friendly to me.
Lorraine Beavers.
Question number 5, please, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Too many children are held back by the scourge of poverty willfully created by the party opposite. Our new child poverty strategy will lift more than 500,000 children out of poverty by 2030 across the UK, delivering the largest expected reduction since records began. Removing the two-child limit will benefit thousands of children in Wales.
Lynn Beavers.
Mr Speaker, our UK Labour government's decision to scrap the wicked Conservative two-child cap will benefit 1,700 children in my constituency and 69,000 children in Wales. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that the Conservatives and Reform's desire to reintroduce the cap is unjustifiably cruel and will drag children back into poverty?
I completely agree with my honourable friend. It has and always will be children that pay the price for cruel policies like those introduced under the Tories. As a Labour government rooted in the values of fairness, I am proud that we've scrapped the two-child limit, benefiting 69,000 children in Wales, giving children their future back and their hope for a better life. It is a surprise to no one that the parties opposite would reintroduce this cap and yet again plunge more children into poverty in a single stroke. Remember, their decision was never about work or saving money.
Order. Alec Easton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Would the Minister accept that if they are serious about reducing child poverty in Wales and indeed across the United Kingdom and Northern Ireland, it must prioritise public spending on measures which directly reduce child poverty, in particular investment in social housing and childcare?
Minister.
This government is completely serious about reducing child poverty, and I am proud that we are a government putting children first. Remember, the decision the Tories took was not about the policy, it was simply about politics. We are putting children first.
Jane Craft.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Question 6.
Six.
We know the cost of living is the #1 issue for people across the country. That is why we remain wholly committed to tackling it. As a result of our actions, interest rates have already been cut 6 times since the election, energy bills cheaper this spring, and families getting a new mortgage are almost £1,400 a year better off than they were under the Tories.
Jen Craft.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Wages and inward investment are up, and economic activity is down, and interest rates have been cut 6 times. Labour's plan to lower the cost of living is clearly working, but we know that more must be done to put more money in people's pockets. Can the Secretary of State outline what steps she is taking to lower the cost of living?
Minister. Go through.
My honourable friend is absolutely right. One of the most important things to this Labour government is putting more money in the pockets of people across Wales and England. So far, we have increased the national minimum and living wage, giving a pay rise to 160,000 Welsh workers. We've announced the first ever permanent real terms increase to universal credit, benefiting 320 households in Wales. We've increased the state pension. There is a lot done and still a lot more to do. That's Labour delivering in government.
Sir. No, sorry, Colonel Lockhart. You've jumped the question. Colonel Lockhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Families and businesses are feeling hard-pressed more than ever, with events around the world are making food security more important than ever. Does the Minister recognise the seriousness of their anti-farming agenda, particularly with the family farm tax?
Minister.
I listened to the honourable member opposite, but I do not recognise what she's saying. This is a government that is listening to farmers, that is putting the actions to make sure that farmers feel better off. We're including streamlining, reducing the burden on businesses and cutting costs.
Minister. 7.
The Secretary of State and I are working closely with the Cabinet Office colleagues to ensure Welsh farmers benefit from reduced costs and bureaucracy when exporting their produce to the EU.
Speaker, Dr Amanda Gibson and a team of scientists at Aberystwyth University are leading research into how the BCG vaccine might be used to help control tuberculosis in cattle. I know the Minister will agree that this is essential work, but could she help ensure that the research is also considered as part of the UK's negotiations with the EU, so we can ensure that we don't have a choice between animal health and export?
Minister.
I was at Aberystwyth University just a few weeks ago. They are doing some excellent work, and it's fantastic. They're leading the way on a vaccine for TB in cattle. I know how devastating the impact of TB can be on farms and on cattle. We've begun negotiations with the EU on an SPS agreement. He wouldn't expect me to comment on those negotiations, but I will raise his question and these issues with the relevant colleagues.
Final question on Express Cut.
Mr. Speaker, our recent trade deals with the EU, the UK, India and South Korea will reduce bureaucracy whilst giving us significant benefits to our constituents to these markets. Can my honourable friend outline what other benefits and other agreements we can see we will benefit from in the near future?
Is it linked?
Our trade strategy is prioritising deals that deliver real impact for Wales and businesses right across Wales and the rest of the country. This is only possible because this Labour government has achieved economic stability, repaired our reputation on the world stage after the Tories opposite made a complete mockery of it.
Order. Before I come to Prime Minister's questions, and in light of recent exchanges in the Chamber, I'd like to remind members of the need for good temper and moderation in the language that they use in this Chamber. As Speaker, I am not responsible for the specific questions asked by individual members or for the answer given by ministers. So I encourage all members to engage in respectful debate, as our constituents would expect. We now come to Prime Minister's questions. Josh Fenton-Glynn.
Number 1, please, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The situation in the Middle East remains serious and volatile. This government will be resolute in our focus, protecting British lives, bringing our people home and safeguarding our national interest. Mr. Speaker, today my thoughts are with the family and friends of Sarah Everard on this very painful anniversary. 5 years ago, I said her death had to be a turning point, and this government is committed to halving violence against women and girls. We are acting in our schools, our police forces, online and offline, to keep women and girls safe, to prevent boys and men becoming abusers, and supporting victims to get justice and closure. Mr Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'd like to echo the Prime Minister's comments on Sarah Everard and the situation in the Middle East. From the sound mixing desks made by Calrec in Hebden Bridge, to which brought the world its Winter Olympics coverage, to the valves made by Blackhole Engineering in Brighouse, which bring water to New York City, Calder Valley's specialist manufacturing is recognised the world over. It brings good jobs and sustainable work. But with 1/3 of engineers over 60, the last government left our manufacturing workforce facing an existential crisis. Will the Prime Minister please work with me to make sure that the new Growth and Skills Levy will support good quality manufacturing jobs in Calder Valley and across the country?
Well, my honourable friend is right to champion brilliant manufacturers. Our modern industrial strategy is driving up standards, investment, jobs and growth. And our Growth and Skills Levy ensures we have the skills we need, supporting more short courses in critical sectors, including engineering. We're investing over £700 million to support thousands more young people into apprenticeships, in stark contrast to the 40% fall in apprenticeships starts under the party opposite.
Kevin Baird, not the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr Speaker, can I pay tribute to our brave servicemen and women in the Middle East during this very difficult period? Our bases in Cyprus and Bahrain have now been attacked. The US has taken offensive action to destroy missile launch sites to defend British territory. Why will the Prime Minister not allow the RAF to do the same?
Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, can I make clear this is obviously an extremely serious situation, and I know the whole country is worried about the potential for escalation. They're worried about the impact on their lives, particularly when they see what's happening with energy. The family and friends of those who are caught in the region will be worried sick about them. And, of course, we've got civilians and military personnel at risk in the region. We need to act, therefore, with clarity, with purpose, and with a cool head. The protection of UK nationals is our #1 priority. And we're taking action to reduce the threat, with planes in the sky in the region, intercepting incoming strikes, deploying more capability to Cyprus, and allowing US planes to use UK bases to take out Iran's capability to strike. What I was not prepared to do on Saturday was for the UK to join a war unless I was satisfied there was a lawful basis and a viable, thought-through plan. That remains my position.
That wasn't the question I asked him. Nobody wants to see an escalation. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, our bases, in case they don't realise, our bases have already been attacked. Iran is trying to kill our servicemen and women. He is catching arrows rather than stopping the archer. That's what we're talking about. Why is he asking our allies to do what we should be doing ourselves? I would say to Labour MPs, we are in this war whether they like it or not. What is the Prime Minister waiting for?
Prime Minister. Mr Speaker, let me give a little more detail, because for a number of weeks now, we've been pre-deploying our capabilities to the region. In doing so, we've been liaising very closely with the United States, as the House would have expected. Therefore, radar systems were pre-deployed, ground-based air defence was pre-deployed, counter-drone systems were pre-deployed, and F-35 jets were pre-deployed. Mr Speaker, that is why, since Saturday morning, multiple F-35s and Typhoons have been in operation not just in the Middle East, but across Cyprus. Further missions were flown overnight, Typhoons defending in particular Qatar, and F-35s defending other regional parties. We're resupplying our air defence missiles today. Wildcat helicopters with anti-drone capabilities will be in Cyprus this week, and HMS Dragon will be deployed to the Mediterranean. And, of course, in agreement with the US, They're using our bases to conduct the operations to strike Iranian missiles and launchers. Mr. Speaker, that is the action that we are taking. That is the agreement that we've reached with the United States to protect our nationals.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has read out a long list. It is not enough. He says that we are pre-deploying. The one ship which we are sending, HMS Dragon, is still in Portsmouth. The fact is the Type 45s cannot take out incoming missiles. This is not enough. He's read out a long list. The people who understand know it is not enough. He should be doing more. Yesterday, the Chancellor could have given more money to defence. Instead, I don't know why they're laughing. I don't know why that's funny. Yes, not funny. Yesterday, the Chancellor could have given more money to defence. Instead, she gave more money for welfare. Their priorities are all wrong, Mr. Speaker. Their priorities are all wrong. They can chanter as much as they like. The fact of the matter is that the war in Iran is happening now.
Order. Mr. Bailey, I don't like that. I don't think it becomes you either. An officer and a gentleman, I expect more. Come bed on.
The fact of the matter, Mr. Speaker, is that the war...
I can lip read as well. So please, let's learn something. If not, you'll learn the way out. Come bed.
Mr. Speaker, the country is not going to be distracted by Labour MPs moaning. The fact of the matter is that the war in Iran is happening now. But the OBR say the government won't hit 3% on defence for 5 years. The war is happening now. There is no urgency from the Prime Minister. Why is he leaving the job of funding our armed forces to the next government?
Prime Minister.
I'm not going to take lectures on defence from the party opposite. They came into office, and what did they do? They cut the defence budget. They missed army...
Order. Mr. Philp, you've moved from there to there. You're even louder here, so I think twice.
Prime Minister. Not only did they cut the defence budget, they missed army recruitment targets every year for 14 years. They left morale in our armed forces at an all-time low, and our forces hollowed out. That's the words of Ben Wallace, the former Defence Secretary. Labour, by contrast, is delivering the biggest boost to defence spending since the Cold War. £270 billion over this Parliament. And we're doing that because we're focused on what matters. And she's right. The war is, of course, happening now. We have to focus on that. Across the country, people are worried about those that are trapped in the region. And, Mr. Speaker, that is why we're taking action. And I can update the House. That yesterday, more than 1,000 British nationals arrived back in the UK on commercial flights from the UAE. A further 8 flights are due to leave the UAE to the UK today. I can confirm, Mr. Speaker, that the first charter flight is expected to leave Oman later today, and 2 more will come in the coming days. The country really does want to know this. I'm sorry. Family and friends are worried sick about people who are caught out. I will not be put on. I can announce, Mr. Speaker, we will lay on additional charter flights in coming days. British Airways are now laying on an extra flight from Oman, and the Foreign Secretary will have further discussions today. And can I urge all those in the House who have constituents who are caught in this to make sure that they do register their presence so we can do whatever we can to help them get home safely.
Mr. Speaker, I wasn't asking about evacuations. I was asking about defence spending. He needs to focus on the question he's being asked, not the statement that was prepared in the bunker. He stands there telling us that he's spending more money on defence. They're saying it. No, he isn't. In fact, they are cutting defence spending by £2.6 billion from the MOD budget this year. And that's why there are no Royal Navy warships in the Middle East, Mr. Speaker. In June last year, In June last year, he should ask his Defence Secretary for the numbers, because that is what's happening. In June last year, Mr. Speaker, the government promised that its plan for funding our armed forces would be ready by autumn. In autumn, they promised it would be ready by the end of 2025. It is March 2026, and still nothing. So can the Prime Minister tell the House when his defence investment plan will finally be published?
Prime Minister.
Well, I'm sorry she's not interested in how people caught in the region are going to get home. I think for the vast majority of people watching this PMQs, that'll be the single most important thing on their mind. They cut defence spending, we're increasing defence spending. And we're doing that, Mr. Speaker, because we've stabilised the economy. Yesterday, the Chancellor announced inflation was down, interest rates down, borrowing down, debt down, investment, living standards growth up. Now, I know the Leader of the Opposition doesn't understand that. The Shadow Chancellor clearly doesn't understand that. Although I do have to thank him that in what's been a very difficult week, he provided some excellent unintended stand-up comedy in his response to the Chancellor yesterday.
Mr. Speaker, he doesn't want to talk about the defence investment plan because he doesn't know. He doesn't know what is going on any policy, so he reads statements that are pre-prepared irrespective of the question, and the whole country can see it. The truth is that because they spent money on welfare, there is no defence investment plan. Because there is no defence investment plan, they are not ordering enough missiles. The fact is that this crisis goes beyond defence spending. They can chant as much as they like. They are pathetic, spending money on welfare instead of defence spending. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. They're not just pathetic, they are also weak. This crisis goes beyond defence spending. It is also about the cost of living. This war is interrupting the supply of oil and gas. That is driving up the cost of petrol and making it more expensive to heat our homes. Yet he is stopping drilling in the North Sea while importing the same oil and gas from Norway. Does he think that at a time of geopolitical crisis, it makes sense to kill our oil and gas industry and give up that ready supply of energy?
Well, the question of the energy supply right now is a serious question, and we are doing all we can with allies to make sure that that is preserved. And it's vital that we keep trade flowing through the Straits of Hormuz, Mr. Speaker. The Energy Secretary met the International Energy Agency yesterday, and the Chancellor is meeting oil and gas companies today. We're keeping in close contact with our allies and key industry players. Again, I think the country wants to know what we're doing now in relation to what's happening in coming days. Mr. Speaker, oil and gas will be part of our energy mix for many years to come. But if Ukraine and the last few days have taught us anything, it is that all the time we're on the international market, we are vulnerable to these changes. That is why renewable energy, where we have our independence and security, would take us off those markets and give us the security that we need.
Speaker, the Prime Minister again does not understand the energy transition. You do not need to stop drilling in oil and gas to get renewables. This is basic stuff. He doesn't understand his policy. He's got a sea of orcs and goons who have no idea how anything is working at all. Mr. Speaker. They can complain all they like, Mr. Speaker. The fact is, they are letting down the people out.
Order. You can't do a point of order in the middle of Prime Minister's questions.
Mr. Speaker.
Ask my question.
You don't listen to the questions anyway.
Mr. Speaker, the situation in Iran shows this Prime Minister has the wrong priorities. When it comes to defence, it's someone else's job. When it comes to welfare, they find the money. When our bases are attacked, they call the lawyers. when our energy security is under threat, they stop drilling in the North Sea. Mr. Speaker, the truth is, or in fact, Mr. Speaker, after last week's by-election, isn't the truth that he isn't the truth, they might not like to hear it, but they are going to hear it, Mr. Speaker, whether they like it or not. Is it not the truth that he is prioritising his job security over our national security?
Mr. Speaker, I spent the week protecting British lives and our national interest. And Mr. Speaker, moments like this define a leader of the opposition. They can either step up, act in the national interest and show that they're fit to be Prime Minister, or they can expose their utter irrelevance. She has chosen the second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Prime Minister for his leadership and his cool head on the situation in Iran? Prime Minister, the leasehold system is legalised extortion. Last week, I met with dozens of my constituents, their leaseholders and their tenants' residents associations. They're all telling me the same story. Every single month, they're paying hundreds of pounds while their service charges keep skyrocketing. They're trapped between bad managing agents and a system that is broken. Can the Prime Minister tell me what this Labour government is doing to right this wrong once and for all?
Prime Minister. Well, I know my honourable friend has been fighting for her constituents and holding management companies to account. Our reform bill will end the broken, outdated leasehold system and make the dream of home ownership real. Mr. Speaker, we're capping ground rents, delivering transparency on service charges and scrapping the presumption that leaseholders pay landlords legal costs. Our focus is on saving people money and giving them more control of their home and creating a fairer housing system.
Sir Ed Davey, Leader of the Liberal Democrats.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I associate myself with the Prime Minister's remarks on Sarah Everard and the need to do far more to tackle violence against women and girls? And can I also associate myself with the Prime Minister's remarks on Iran? As we rightly debate how to make tax exiles pay their fair share, it is absolutely right the government does everything it can to get all British citizens to safety. Mr. Speaker, experts are warning that families could see their energy bills rise by £500 a year as a result of Trump's illegal war. But millions of families and pensioners are already struggling to keep their heads above water thanks to years of a cost of living crisis. When Putin invaded Ukraine, he and I campaigned for months to get the Conservatives to act on energy bills. This time, will the Prime Minister save families that anxiety and give a cast iron guarantee today that he will not let energy bills rise by £500 this year?
Prime Minister.
Can I thank him for raising this, because I know this will be a concern to the public who are watching what's going on and very concerned about the impact it will have on their lives. It is important that I emphasise the actions we've been taken urgently this week with our allies, with the energy agencies across the world, and the work we're doing to make sure there's safe passage for energy across the world. We will continue to do that. I was glad that we were able to bring energy price, bills down by £150 announced just the other day. We will keep a very close eye on this. I do know how important it is for the British public.
Sir Ed Davey.
Well, I thank the Prime Minister for his reply, but I hope he will act if energy bills do go up by £500. Mr. Speaker, Donald Trump's war on Iran has not only brought more chaos across the Middle East, it's increased the threat to our national security here at home. Iran's Revolutionary Guard has previously plotted several failed terrorist attacks in the UK, targeting Iranian journalists, British Jews, and members of this House. Now they are more desperate and dangerous than ever. We've called for the IRGC to be prescribed as terrorists for years. The last government failed to do it, and so has his. So will the Prime Minister table emergency legislation to better protect our country from Iranian terrorists? Will he do it this week?
Prime Minister.
can I just, again, thank you for raising this. It is very important, I say to the House, that as he would, and the House would expect, we are working 24/7 on dealing with any threats to this country. And I spoke on Monday about the 20 Iran-backed threats that we had successfully dealt with, and we continue to do so, and we're working on it 24/7. So it's important that I say that. In relation to the IRGC, obviously we've put in place a number of sanctions already. We don't comment on prescription, but we have made the case that there needs to be legislation to deal with state-backed terrorist groups, and we're looking into that.
Sam Rishworth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The surge in the global cost of oil and gas has the risk of pushing up food and energy prices, which is a real concern for my constituents in Bishop Auckland, just as we're turning a corner on the cost of living crisis. Doesn't this show the importance of ignoring the parties opposite and investing in secure, renewable energy that we control, and backing our farmers to produce the food for our nation, such as those that I'm hosting here today from County Durham, Mr. Speaker? And will the Prime Minister ensure that both energy and food security are a core mission of this Labour government?
Prime Minister. Well, his energy security is critical to food security, and the sprint to clean energy is the only way to get off the volatile international fossil fuel markets, cut bills and deliver energy security. And Mr. Speaker, since we came into office, over £90 billion of investment into clean energy industry has come in, powering millions of homes. Tories and Reform would throw all that away and cling to the failed policy that put everyone's bills up throughout their reign.
Gavin Robinson.
Mr. Speaker, can I associate myself and my colleagues with the Prime Minister in his remarks around Sarah Everard and Iran? Mr. Speaker, my colleagues and I support our armed forces, but we lament how diminished the UK appears over the last week amongst our allies and within the Middle East. The Prime Minister is not responsible for our armed forces being able to squeeze into Wembley Park and to Ibrox, but he is responsible for our posture. He is responsible for ignoring the request to deploy a Type 45 destroyer 2 weeks ago into the region. And we now learn that HMS Dragon will not leave, hasn't left, and won't be in to defend Cyprus for over a week. Will the Prime Minister understand that I welcome the commitment for increased defence spending, but if we're only planning to get to 2.5% by 2027, it's not enough. It needs to be reconsidered. He needs to go faster where others before him did not. And he needs to take these steps not just for protection of our values across the world, but also for the protection of our consumers who are impacted by this conflict today.
Minister.
Well, he'd have heard me set out what we did by way of pre-deployment, working in conjunction with and liaising with the US, so that he understands the context in which those pre-deployments were put in place, and I think they speak for themselves as to why they were put in place in the places that they were. In relation to defence spend, obviously we're increasing it to 2.6% of GDP. That's £270 billion over the Parliament. But as I said in the speech I gave in Munich just a couple of weeks ago, we're going to have to spend more and faster after the years of underinvestment size of the army. They were the ones that didn't spend what was necessary on defence. Like everything else they left in such a mess, we're clearing it up. Through our strategic defence review, we'll make Britain safer.
Jonathan Davis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Like the Prime Minister, I had the transformative benefit of a music education as a young person, although he had his some while before I had mine. After more than a decade of declining music in schools, the government's new National Centre for Arts and Music Education and measures coming through the curriculum review will ensure that more young people benefit from the opportunities that my right honourable friend and I both had. So can he tell us, how will the new National Centre make a difference for our young people? And what is the government doing to address funding shortfalls currently facing England's music education hubs, including mine in Derbyshire.
He still loves the back benches, Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my life was changed by the opportunity to study music, yes, very many years ago. I believe that every child deserves that opportunity. The party opposite cut those opportunities. That particularly excluded poorer children. And now they call creative arts courses a dead end. I totally disagree. They're the lifeblood of the creative industries that showcase Britain around the world. And the new National Centre will launch this year, and Labour is investing in music hubs so every child has the same opportunities to enjoy music, to learn music, and to learn the skills that music brings them for life.
Gagan Mahindra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my constituency, the Lib Dem-run Three Rills District Councils failed for years to submit an adequate local plan. They now have a ministerial direction, and prime Greenbelt land faces a serious threat from this government's harmful planning policies. How does the Prime Minister expect me to explain to my constituents that while I consistently defend our Greenbelt, the Lib Dems' incompetence has made it vulnerable to its destruction by this Labour government?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this Labour government is changing the planning regulations so that we can get on and build the homes that we need across our country. Their failure was the failure to do so, but I must applaud him because at least he's had the decency to accept some of the failures of the last government. On Send, he said, "My government didn't do enough on this. It's awful." And he said his party should hang their heads in shame. He's absolutely right about that.
Dr. Rosanna Arling-Khan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The suitability and financing of temporary accommodation needs addressing urgently. Children arriving on my shifts in A&E with breathing problems due to mouldy rooms in their temporary accommodation has become a grim reality. And since 2019, 74 homeless children have died due to the conditions of their temporary accommodation. And meanwhile, councils are facing a £4 billion black hole funding hole, huge hole, if the government subsidy remains frozen. Every death is a tragedy, and I'm sure the Prime Minister will agree with me that an urgent review needs to happen to investigate the financial shortfall and help guarantee safe homes for every child in this country that is in temporary accommodation.
Well, I thank you for a question. We inherited an appalling situation with a record number of households in temporary accommodation. Every child deserves a safe and secure home. Mr. Speaker, we're investing £950 million in the Local Authority Housing Fund to increase supply of quality accommodation. We're banning Section 21 no-fault evictions, introducing a new, stronger, decent home standard, and investing £39 billion to deliver the homes that families need.
Forster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last month I visited my old school, Woking High. I saw classrooms built in the 1960s that were meant to last 20 years, but are still in use and being held together by gaffer tape. I visited my old music classroom. I nearly fell through the floor and I saw a hole in the roof. I can still remember the stench of mould. That classroom was condemned last year. Please will the Prime Minister agree to come to Woking High with me to see how bad it really is and ensure that my old school urgently gets the financial support it needs to ensure that in the 21st century my young constituents can be educated in a school they deserve.
Yeah. Can I thank him for raising this case, which will be a real concern for his constituents, and I'm sure the party opposite will have heard the reality of what they did over 14 years of destroying everything in this country. We are fixing that, and I'll make sure that he gets a meeting with the Relevant Minister to discuss further.
Len Stewart.
Mr. Speaker, after decades of failing policies under both Conservative and SNP governments, I welcome this Labour government's major drive to get young people earning and learning. In my constituency of Ayr, Carrick and Cumnock, by working with Ayrshire College and the Pride and Place Board, we have finally a chance to break this cycle and bring real youth-focused regeneration to our high streets through the DWP Youth Initiative. Will he meet with me to discuss this important issue, and will he support making Ayrshire a priority for a DWP youth hub?
Mr. Speaker, the party opposite left 1 in 8 young people not earning or learning. We're not, and we'll tackle it. More apprenticeships, more career sport, a jobs guarantee to provide paid employment, a youth guarantee to provide more young people into earning or learning, and over 360 youth hubs to help young people access opportunities. My honourable friend makes a strong case, which my honourable friend, the Work and Pension Secretary, I know has heard, and I hope will be good news for her later this year.
Bacon.
Mr. Speaker, the United States of America is our most important international strategic ally. Does the Prime Minister believe that his dithering and equivocal response to events in the Middle East this week has made that relationship stronger or weaker?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the American planes are operating out of British bases. That is the special relationship in action. British jets are shooting down drones and missiles to protect American lives in the Middle East on our joint bases. That is the special relationship in action. Sharing intelligence every day to keep our people safe. That is the special relationship in action. Hanging on to President Trump's latest words is not the special relationship in action.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2018, this House legislated to allow the prescription of medicinal cannabis for children with drug-resistant epilepsy, a campaign spearheaded by my good late friend Hannah Deacon for her son Alfie. Yet many families are still paying around £1,300 a month due to conflicting guidance from multiple agencies. Does the Prime Minister recognise that this isn't the will of the House, and will he agree to work with me and the Secretary of State for Health to secure a modest £2 million required for an observational study to relieve these families of this unacceptable burden?
Minister.
Hannah Deacon's campaign for her son Alfie was remarkable, and I know how much she's missed, and I thank my honourable friend for continuing to campaign. We are investing £8 million in clinical trials on cannabis-based medicines for conditions like drug-resistant epilepsy, and I want to see patients accessing safe, effective medicines and new treatments as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government's proposed terms of reference for the inquiry into rape and grooming gangs are fatally flawed, as victims and survivors have pointed out. They won't address the role that race and religion played in motivating these crimes. They won't lead to prosecutions for those involved in the cover-up. And they won't even investigate all cases, only a select few. The consultation on these terms ends this Friday. If enough people call for changes, including through groominggangjustice.uk, will the Prime Minister please assure us that the final terms of reference will reflect these concerns?
Minister. Baroness Longfield is now beginning the work of the inquiry, with victims and survivors at the heart of the process. Under this government, convictions that are at the highest level ever. We're introducing mandatory reporting on child sexual abuse and putting a legal duty on police to collect ethnicity data. But forgive me if I don't take suggestions from the honourable member who said people legally and settled here should go home to ensure that the UK is culturally coherent. That is a grotesque way to talk about our friends and neighbours, and I rather suspect that her next question will come from her sitting up there.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 9 years, 4 months ago, Britain was basking in its success of the Rio Olympics, but each day, month and year since, women have lived with the chronic pain of undiagnosed endometriosis, according to Endometriosis UK's new report. The UK's average wait time for diagnosis has worsened since 2020, with women in Scotland waiting even longer, with an average wait time of 10 years and 2 months. At the start of Endometriosis Action Month, will he commit to reduce diagnosis wait times and end the lost decade for women living with endometriosis?
Well, can I thank her for this and tell her that we hosted the International Women's Day event on Monday, and I spoke to so many women who are concerned about this issue. It is totally unacceptable that women have waited sometimes up to a decade for endometriosis diagnosis. We're renewing the women's health strategy, improving training for doctors and cutting wait times for gynaecology services. These will be prioritised through NHS Online or investing in research on how to improve diagnosis and treatment.
You wish on.
very much, Mr. Speaker. After his inept and failed coup against the Prime Minister last week, Anna Sarwar announced Labour's Scottish new campaign slogan. It wasn't into the abyss, it was rather the inspiring hold your nose and vote Labour. But with the stench of the Mandelson scandal still in our nostrils and the stink still emanating in the Labour Together affair and just the general whiff of rot hanging over this doomed Prime Minister after his hammering at Gorton and Denton, isn't it the case for Scottish voters that some smells are simply too unpleasant to ignore?
Prime Minister.
Anna Sarwar has been asking his party to be honest about the political pressure they applied at the Queen Elizabeth University Hospital and taking the action that's needed to reassure patients and families. This scandal shows how much Scotland deserves change with Anna Sarwar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my constituency of Watford last week, several amazing charities held their annual sleep out. They raise awareness of homelessness with people signing up to sleep outside at Watford Football Ground. Over 120 people raised over £15,000 of vital funding, and over 200 attended, including the volunteers. Watford FC Community Sports Education Trust, New Hope, Hearts Young Homeless, One YMCA, Dens and Hand on Heart did a fantastic job. Britain's Got Talent semi-finalists Electric Umbrella were on hand to give a performance to participants. Will my right honourable friend congratulate their efforts and outline what the government is doing to end the scourge of homelessness?
Can I thank him for raising this, because everyone deserves a safe place to call home. And let me pay tribute to all of the organisations working to tackle this. We're investing a record £3.6 billion into our national plan to end homelessness. That includes, Mr. Speaker, boosting the supply of temporary accommodation, record funding for tackling rough sleeping and ending inappropriate use of B&Bs for families, and no-fault evictions, which we know drive people to homelessness.
Final question, Zoe Franklin.
My constituent Hannah tragically ended her life using a substance purchased from overseas. Following her death, the coroner issued a prevention of future death report containing specific recommendations. Since 2019, Molly Rose Foundation has identified at least 65 similar cases where coroners have made recommendations to separate government departments. Progress on these issues has been slow, and vulnerable people continue to be left at risk as a result. Will the Minister set out what steps the government will take to ensure systematic oversight of coroners' reports and their findings, and will he support proposals for an independent national oversight mechanism to track trends in preventable deaths and ensure lessons are learnt so that future lives can be saved?
Prime Minister.
I thank her for raising the individual case and the general cases and reassure her we are working on the very issue that she's raised.
Thank you. Point forward to Katie Lamb.
The Prime Minister has On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, I believe the Prime Minister has inadvertently misled the House. I seek your guidance on how to get him to correct the record for claiming I said something I in fact did not.
We can't continue the debate. What I can say is, quite rightly, you've put your view down, but I'm not responsible for the Prime Minister's answers. If inadvertently it wasn't right, it is up to the individual to correct it. Right, we now come to the statements. Sir Jarvis.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I would like to make a statement regarding 3 arrests that took place this morning as part of counter-terrorism policing investigation into suspected National Security Act offences. I can confirm that this relates to China. I can also confirm that this relates to foreign interference targeting UK democracy. Mr. Speaker, for reasons that you will understand, it would not be appropriate for me to comment on any aspect of what is now a live investigation. It is absolutely critical that we do not hamper the work of the police or prejudice any future legal processes by what we say in this House today. I would, however, point the House to what the counter-terrorism police have just said in their own statement, namely that this morning officers from counter-terrorism policing arrested 3 men as part of an investigation into suspected National Security Act 2023 offences. All 3 men were arrested on suspicion of assisting a foreign intelligence service contrary to Section 3 of the National Security Act. Of course, any decision as to whether to proceed with a prosecution would be a matter for the Crown Prosecution Service. Now, Mr. Speaker, this government stands resolute in our resolve to counter foreign interference activity targeting the UK from any state actor. The government has been consistent and unambiguous in our assessment that China presents a series of threats to the United Kingdom. We remain deeply concerned by an increasing pattern of covert activity from Chinese state-linked actors targeting UK democracy. This involves attempts to obtain information on UK policy-making and interfere with our sovereign affairs. From the November MI5 espionage alert warning about Chinese intelligence officers targeting individuals with access to sensitive information on Parliament and government, to the attempted interference activities of Christine Lee in 2022, this government will not tolerate it. And I can confirm to the House that British officials have formally démarched Chinese counterparts in London and Beijing about these allegations to raise our strong concerns. However, as this is a live investigation, it would not be appropriate to comment further. But let me be clear. If there is proven evidence of attempts by China to interfere with UK sovereign affairs, we will impose severe consequences and hold all actors involved to account. In the meantime, the government is taking robust action to ensure the UK's democratic institutions and processes are a hard target for this activity. The National Security Act provides our intelligence agencies and law enforcement with the modern legal tools they need to deter, detect and disrupt the full range of state threats. The action counter-terrorism police have been able to take this morning is an example that that legislation is working well. The political influence tier of the Foreign Interference Registration Scheme under the National Security Act also provides an essential framework for ensuring that those who seek to undermine our democracy are held to account. I also continue to drive across government the delivery of our counter-political interference and espionage action plan, which I announced to Parliament on the 18th of November. This is being coordinated in strong partnership with the Parliamentary security authorities. Our aim is to forge a cross-party and whole-of-society shield to safeguard UK democracy. This includes strengthening our legal defences, cutting off channels for interference and supporting those on the front line of UK politics to recognise, resist and report the threat. Now, honourable members should have seen the guidance that the National Protective Security Authority and the National Cyber Security Centre published last year on what to look out for in terms of malicious foreign targeting and some basic steps that honourable members can take to protect themselves. I urge all members to read carefully through the guidance that was issued. If honourable members do experience any suspicious or out of the ordinary interactions, whether in person or online, they should report that to the Parliamentary Security Department. Now, the Government will continue to work in collaboration with the Parliamentary Security Department to set up a range of more tailored bespoke briefings for those who are at greatest risk. And in January, I joined the Director General of MI5 and the Chief Executive of the NCSC to brief the Chief Executives of the UK political parties on the developing threat picture. And I can confirm that officials are now focused on developing a programme of work to engage with the UK's think tanks and non-profit sector to discuss the threats that they face from foreign interference. Our intent is to work with them to strengthen their resilience, ensuring their hard-won reputations and networks are not exploited by our adversaries as platforms for covertly influencing UK public discourse and policy making. Mr. Speaker, in February, we introduced the Representation of the People Bill, which will further strengthen safeguards against foreign interference through political funding. Our proposed bill includes introducing tougher rules for donor recipients to conduct risk assessments before accepting donations, as well as increasing the powers of the Electoral Commission to ensure that it has the tools necessary to fulfil its duties. And the Government eagerly awaits the report of Philip Rycroft, following his independent review of regulations and safeguards against foreign financial interference in UK politics. The review was commissioned to rigorously test the financial safeguards we currently have in place and will specifically consider safeguards against illicit funding streams, including the use of crypto assets. The review findings will be delivered to the Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government and myself by the end of this month, and I can confirm that recommendations, where appropriate, will inform the Representation of the People Bill. We are also working on new powers to counter foreign interference, including a prescription-style tool to disrupt proxy organisations undermining our security. Mr. Speaker, it continues to be in our long-term strategic interest to engage with China. We are engaging with China confidently and pragmatically on areas where engagement is in the UK's national interest: climate, global health, trade, scientific research, but also on illegal migration and serious organised crime, just to name a few areas. But let me be crystal clear. This is not a question of balancing economic and security considerations. We don't trade off security for economic access. Instead, by taking tough steps to keep us secure, we enable ourselves to cooperate in other areas. And we will always challenge any country, including China, that attempts to interfere with or undermine the integrity of our democratic institutions. And we will always prioritise UK national security. That is why the Prime Minister's visit opened up a direct channel of communication to deliver in the national interest, enabling us to raise frank concerns about activities that impact our national security at the most senior levels of the Chinese system, including on domestic security issues. Mr. Speaker, I can assure members of this House and the public that further steps can and absolutely will be taken to defend our democracy. The Government is steadfast in our commitment to disrupting and deterring China's interference activity wherever it takes place. I commend this statement to the House.
Order. I'm sure we'll appreciate the fact that the Minister has come to the House at the earliest opportunity to provide an update on these serious issues. As there is now a live police investigation, members should exercise caution in saying anything that risks or prejudicing that investigation. But I thought it was important that the House, and I've got to thank the Minister who went through this to get it on at the earliest possible time. Sir Secretary of State, Alex Burkhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for advance sight of his statement, and I do appreciate the speed with which he's come to the House today. But, Mr. Speaker, here we are again. Another year, another Chinese spy scandal. And the backdrop to it is this government's failed policy of appeasement. The government must now, surely, be coming to the realisation that unless the United Kingdom stands up to these threats, our country will continue to be treated with disdain. We watched how the government allowed the Chinese spy case involving members of this House to collapse. We watched as, despite the interference in our democracy, the government approved the Chinese mega-embassy in London. And we watched as the Prime Minister went to Beijing, cap in hand, begging for trade deals to mitigate the costs of his own disastrous economic policy. We in this House watched as these things happen, and the Chinese state watched too, and saw that it could act with impunity. And the Minister says that there is no trade-off between democracy, our democratic and national interests and security interests and our economic interests. But I'm afraid that is exactly what has happened. Now, I do understand the Minister will be unable to say very much about the new case, but I think we all know what we're dealing with here. So I hope he will be clear about what the government's response is going to be. And I hope he will talk a little bit about whether this case touches on members in this House. Because whilst we've been here, the BBC and The Guardian have reported that one of those arrested is the spouse of a sitting Labour MP, and that another is the spouse of a former Labour MP. Given that this is being reported in the press, will the Minister confirm whether or not this is true? Will he also give a cast-iron guarantee to this House that the government will do everything in its power to prevent this case from collapsing? We have seen this show before. Will he promise that, unlike last time, the Chinese ambassador will be summoned by ministers and told that aggressive interference in our country and its democracy will no longer be tolerated? And will he, actually, Mr. Speaker, I should say how right you were to deny that ambassador access to this House? Will he also commit to placing China now on the enhanced tier of foreign influence registration? The Minister says that China presents a series of threats, but during the last spy scandal, the government refused to say the crucial words, that China posed a risk to our national security, and they wouldn't publicly accept that China was opposed or hostile to the interests of the United Kingdom. Can he really accept that can he now accept that this position is no longer tenable? The Minister says that if there is proven evidence of attempts by China to interfere with UK sovereign affairs, the government will impose severe consequences and hold all actors involved to account. Look, we sincerely hope that this is true. But it wasn't true last time, Mr. Speaker. And so here we are again. And we will, unless this government finally steps up, be back here time and time again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, can I thank the honourable gentleman for his response? I mean, I'm grateful to him for acknowledging the speed at which the government has sought to brought forward a statement. And I know that he and right honourable and honourable members will understand that there are very strict limitations in terms of what I can say about what is obviously now a live police investigation. But let me also say that I hope I speak for all sides of the House when I say that these are the most serious matters that require us as a House to put the protection of our democracy above any political point scoring, and that is the way in which we should approach these proceedings. Now, he's sought, for reasons that I understand, to critique the government's position, and I understand why he sought to do that. But I can say to him that I am confident in the government's response to this incident and to our wider agenda on countering political interference. But of course, it is right that members from across this House have the opportunity to scrutinise government policy and to ask questions, and that is precisely why we've moved at pace to provide an opportunity for them to do so. I also want to give the member opposite and other right honourable and honourable members a guarantee that, given the sensitivity of these issues and the obvious need to protect the operational activity of our police and the security services, we will look for other opportunities to provide appropriate briefings to the relevant members across this House by the relevant experts to ensure that they can be updated in a way that we are simply not able to do in this House. Now, the honourable gentleman did raise a number of questions, and I know that he will understand that there are strict limitations in terms of what I can say. But let me give him an assurance of the seriousness with which we take these matters. I've always believed that the work that takes place, led by government but across this House to defend our democracy, should be a shared endeavour. The Defending Democracy Task Force was an initiative brought forward by the previous government. This government has invested in it. It is the fulcrum point by which we coordinate activity across government and with law enforcement partners, working very closely with Mr. Speaker and the Parliamentary security authorities here in the House to ensure that our elected representatives are properly protected against the threats that we face. And I give him an assurance of the government's absolute determination to stand with all members to ensure that they are properly protected. Now, he knows, because we've had these exchanges on numerous occasions, that matters relating to prosecutions are very specifically matters for the Crown Prosecution Service. And it isn't for ministers from the dispatch box to opine and to make judgments on them, because the CPS is rightly independent of government. But he does know, as do other honourable members, how extremely disappointed the government were that the trial in last autumn did not proceed. Clearly, as he will understand, there is a crucial difference in that charges in that particular case had been brought forward under the Official Secrets Act of 1911. But I am confident that the National Security Act of 2023 provides the robust legislation that we need to address the threats that we undoubtedly face. The honourable member mentioned FIRS, and I understand why he decided to do so. FIRS is an important capability that comes from the National Security Act. It is still a relatively new tool, and we're seeking to ensure that we are able to derive the maximum capability, the operational capability from it. But I can say to him that we haven't made any final decisions as to whether we will be placing other countries on the enhanced tier, but we keep that under very close review. Mr. Speaker, as I've made clear, this government will simply not tolerate attempts to interfere in our democracy. We've already taken tough action to strengthen our defences against foreign interference, and we will not hesitate to take further steps where they are necessary.
Mark Weston, Chair of the National Joint Security Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his immediate update to the House, given the recency of this breaking news. He'll know, of course, that the Joint Committee on National Security Strategy did its report into the case of Cash and Berry and made certain recommendations. Of course, the 2023 Act is now fully in place, which, of course, was post the original Act undertaken allegedly by Cash and Berry. But would he agree with me that with the essence of the grain of rice strategy pursued by China, that we're going to see many, many more cases, potentially such as this, where there is this evidence, intelligence gathering undertaken by the Chinese, and as they seek to undermine our democracy and political system?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to him and his committee for the important work that they do, and I'm very grateful for the report that they published, and he will have seen the comprehensive response that he got from the government. Let me say to my honourable friend, Mr. Speaker, that what we want to do and what we are doing is ensuring that the United Kingdom is the hardest possible target to those who would seek to interfere in our democracy. That is why we are investing in the processes of the Defending Democracy Task Force. That is why we commissioned the Rycroft Review. That is why I announced the Counter-Political Espionage Action Plan. There is a lot of work taking place across government, working with law enforcement to ensure that we are protecting our institutions and our elected representatives. I convey, I hope, to him and to the House the seriousness with which we take these matters, but I want this to be a shared endeavour working with parliamentarians of all colours. This affects us all, but the government is working at pace to stand against that threat.
Lisa Smart, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Very much indeed, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for advanced sight of the statement, even if at this stage he's rather limited in what he's been able to say. He's entirely right, though, that we must continue to allow the police to do their job and to do it well. We remain grateful to all of those who are working to keep our country safe, both here in the UK and abroad, and it is essential we defend our country, our democracy, including through a robust response by counter-terrorist police. The arrests this morning highlight the continued reach of foreign interference in the UK, whether it's spying in its raw sense or the pervasive and persuasive influence of foreign money in our politics. The government could be doing more to put an end to the clout of foreign money in our democracy. And there's an opportunity to limit the influence of foreign money through the Representation of the People Bill. But a spotlight on corruption has made clear provisions in the bill as it stands, looking at company revenue rather than profit, can be easily exploited and far too easily gamed to allow foreign money in, and this must stop. The Security Minister mentions the Foreign Influence Registration Scheme in his statement, but, and not for the first time, Mr. Speaker, wasn't able to mention any plans he has to add China to the enhanced tier. How many times must we all come to this House to hear a report of further rounds of arrests under counter-terrorism legislation for this government to take this action. Does the government plan to review its decision to allow the building of the Chinese mega embassy? And will the government go further to stop foreign money being funnelled into our democracy, including an absolute donation cap and a ban on those who have worked for foreign regimes from making donations at all?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to her, and let me take the opportunity on behalf, I'm sure, of all members in this House to thank those for the vital work that they do to keep our country safe. They are the best of us, and our national security is underpinned by their endeavours. She raised, I think, 3 important points. She's right to raise concerns about foreign money in our politics. The government does take these concerns incredibly seriously. It's precisely why we've commissioned Philip Rycroft to conduct at pace an independent review into this issue. Now, she may be aware that we debated these matters in Westminster Hall just a couple of weeks ago. I encouraged her party colleague to make formal representations to Mr. Rycroft. I'm grateful for her confirmation that they've done that. That is very much appreciated, because this is an important body of work that will provide recommendations to the Secretary of State for MHCLG and myself in the next couple of weeks in time to inform the representation of the People's Bill. So this is a very timely piece of work and a very good opportunity to ensure that that bill provides the protections that I think collectively we want it to. She mentioned FERS, and I understand again why she does so. FERS is a useful tool, but it is still a new tool, and we are working to make sure that it provides the maximum operational capability, and we're looking very carefully at how we can use it to best effect. She also mentioned the embassy. Again, I understand why she does. So she knows the government's position with regard to the embassy. Again, I'm a bit limited in terms of what I can say about that because of ongoing legal proceedings, but I refer her to the remarks that I made previously. There is a strong national security case for the embassy. She will have noted, I know, the letter that was sent to government from the Director Generals of MI5 and GCHQ, and I am confident that that is the right thing to be doing.
Alex Beresford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Security Minister for his statement and for all the work he does on the Defending Democracy Task Force. And put on record my thanks to the law enforcement authorities, national security agencies and so on. From what I've read online, Mr. Speaker, one of the arrests that took place today took place in my constituency. So given that, that I understand my constituents will obviously be concerned to hear that, I wonder what the Security Minister can say to reassure me and my constituents that the police and all relevant authorities have the relevant resources they need to keep them safe and keep our democracy safe. And given, if I'm right to assume what I've read online is correct, would he meet with me at the earliest opportunity in order to discuss this further?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to the honourable member. On countless occasions, he's raised important points with regard to our democracy, and I'm grateful to him again for doing so today. I can give him the assurances that he seeks, that the police do have the resources they need to do a difficult and complicated job. And of course, I'd be happy to meet with him at the earliest available opportunity.
Father House, Sir Edward Lee.
The Chinese only represent strength, and for them, everything is transactional. So I think the country would rejoice if the government summoned in the Chinese ambassador and said this to him: this sort of behaviour is intolerable. You cannot build this mega embassy in just about the most sensitive site in London while you behave like this. I'm not asking about what MI5, MI6 said. This is transactional. You know, treat British nationals like Jimmy Lai properly. Don't spy on us. Otherwise, we're going to pause this embassy until you learn to behave.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to the Father of the House. I think he will have heard my introductory remarks where I was clear that Chinese officials have been démarched both here in London and in Beijing. He talks about the transactional nature of the relationship. I hope that he would accept that this government has to and does act in the national interest. There are absolutely areas where we need to cooperate with China, and I referenced some of them, but that does also include some areas within the law enforcement space, whether that is illegal migration, whether that is serious organised crime, whether that is narcotics trafficking. So I honestly think it would be naive of anyone, and I'm certainly not saying that the Father of the House was putting forward this view, but it would be naive of anyone to say that we shouldn't be having some kind of functional working relationship with China. But as I was crystal clear in my opening remarks, national security is the first priority of this government, and we will do everything we need to do to safeguard our country and safeguard our democracy.
Speaker, the conflict in Iran is deeply concerning, and I was glad to see that the government's flights are set to leave the Middle East tonight. What more can myself and my colleagues do to protect the safety of those stuck in the region and from bad faith actors?
I'm not quite sure it's relevant. Karen Bradley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Given the vulnerabilities of members of Parliament, can I urge the Security Minister to work with the parliamentary authorities to not just pass information to members of Parliament, but work proactively with members of Parliament to make sure we are all aware of the risks that are posed to us and the steps that we need to take to ensure that we are not exposed to interference from foreign states?
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, the Chair of the Select Committee is absolutely right. I hope that she understands the seriousness with which we take these matters. I spend a lot of time working with the Defending Democracy Task Force to ensure that we've got the protections in place that we need. That isn't just about elections, it's about our democracy on an enduring basis. The relationship with this House and with Mr. Speaker, and I know that honourable members know how seriously Mr. Speaker takes these matters, is a close working relationship. I will always make myself available to talk to colleagues about any matter of concern that they might have. There has been quite a significant amount of guidance that's been issued over the last few months. I really would encourage members of this and the other House to engage with the materials that have been published, but where they have further concerns, to raise them through the Parliamentary Security Department and with myself.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for his update on this difficult case. Now, in his statement, he did confirm that the government is working on a prescription-style tool to disrupt proxy organisations undermining our security, quoting from the statement there. When will this tool be ready? And does it include the recommendations set out by Jonathan Hall?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to the honourable member, and I think he raised this matter with the Foreign Secretary just yesterday, and he's right to do so. He will know that the government commissioned Jonathan Hall to look at the legislative framework, given the concerns that we had that there wasn't an appropriate legislative tool to prescribe a state-backed organisation. Mr. Hall has made a number of recommendations, all of which have been accepted by the government. He will understand that I'm not able to talk, and I'm conscious that the Leader of the House is sat here, and he will not expect me to talk about matters relating to parliamentary business. But I can give him the assurances that he seeks, that the government is seeking to deliver this tool, and we would seek to bring forward legislation at the earliest available opportunity.
Jeremy Wright.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I hope the Minister would accept, the last trial of those accused of alleged espionage on behalf of China founded, to put it at its mildest, because of a lack of shared understanding between the Crown Prosecution Service and the government about the evidence the government could properly submit in support of that prosecution. I don't expect him to comment about the specifics of this case, but would he accept that it would be sensible for the government now to ensure that as this matter develops, there is no such misunderstanding that occurs and the relationship between the CPS and the government is in the right place to ensure that evidential conversations are held early rather than late? And finally, would he accept that it would be sensible for the Intelligence and Security Committee to be kept up to date as this matter develops, given that we meet in private and the risks of prejudicing future prosecutions are lower in our case?
Well, I'm very grateful to the Right Honourable Member, and I share much of the analysis that he's brought forward. Misunderstandings are never helpful, and under these circumstances, above all else, we will make sure that there are no misunderstandings. He knows the disappointment that is felt across government and within the agencies and law enforcement in terms of where we got to back in the autumn. And of course, I give him an absolute assurance and commitment that we'll do everything that we need to do to make sure that the CPS are able to make a judgment but as he will understand, that has to be independent of government. In terms of his point about the ISC, I think he's absolutely right about that. And he will understand that events have moved incredibly quickly this morning, and we'll want to take a moment later today to reflect on what needs to happen next. But I give him an absolute assurance that we want to work closely with the ISC as part of that process.
Peter Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for the update, and I welcome progress made on the counter-political interference and espionage plan. So given that, would the Minister return to the House as appropriate to give us further updates on that plan?
Well, I'm very grateful to him. The counter-espionage interference plan draws together numerous important strands of activity across government, and it makes sure that all of that work is properly coordinated, and we take that very seriously. I absolutely give him the assurance that he seeks, and I also give him an assurance that we will do it at the earliest available opportunity. But should he or any other members have concerns in the meantime, I'd be very happy to speak to them.
Abberrombie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to praise the work of our police, security and intelligence services in this case. I thank the Minister for his statement. Like him, I look forward to the publication of the Right-Left report, but the Foreign Affairs Committee in evidence have heard from the Electoral Commission, and the National Security Strategy Committee has also heard from them. I wonder if the government will consider new clauses to the Representation of the People Bill to widen and strengthen the powers of the Electoral Commission, and importantly provide the necessary funding so that they can properly defend our democracy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All of the points that the Honourable Gentleman makes are entirely sound and reasonable. He will understand that we need to wait for the Rycroft review to report. I expect that to be in just a couple of weeks. We've very deliberately sequenced it so that it can make recommendations in order to inform the representation of the People's Bill. He knows, I think, from previous contact that we've had through the committee, that these are matters that we take very seriously, and we will want to make sure that we've got all of the safeguards we need. I'm grateful for the confirmation earlier on from his frontbench spokesman that his party has engaged with that process, and I'd be very happy to discuss it further with them.
Chris Vince.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank my honourable and gallant friend for the work he does to ensure that our country and our democracy stays safe, both in his current role and also in his previous career as well. Mr. Speaker, you will be aware that democracy only happens in this place because of the House staff and also our MP staff that make a huge difference to us and make sure that we can do the job that we do. Can I ask the Minister how he's going to ensure that he can protect MP staff and House staff to ensure that they get that security as well?
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I thank the honourable gentleman for his question? He's developed something of a knack of finding a really good question that I think most people will have in their mind. I can give him the assurances that we seek. It's important not only do we ensure that the protections are in place for our elected representatives, for those who step forward to serve in this House and in other places, but also their staff who work so hard and so diligently to serve them. There is a lot of work that still we have to do. That is work that will be led here by Mr. Speaker in the Parliamentary Security Department, but the government works very closely alongside to make sure that they've got the support that they need.
Dr. Andrew Morrison.
The Minister spoke of severe consequences. Would he outline what those severe consequences might be, and understand that Beijing is unlikely to take that terribly seriously, given what has happened in the recent past? And will the severe consequences include putting on pause, on hold, plan for the Chinese Super Embassy and Spy Centre, pending the outcome of the Met's investigation?
Yeah, why not? On hold.
Well, the right honourable gentleman, who is a very experienced member of this House, will know that given that we are referring to events that took place just a couple of hours ago, it would be unwise of me to get into further detail. I would just point him to the number of things that I've already referred to in terms of our response to the threats that we faced over the last number of months. He knows, I hope, how seriously we take these matters. He and I don't agree on the issue with regard to the embassy, but I would say to him, as I've said to other honourable members, that there is a clear national security case for the embassy proposal. The Director Generals of two of the security services have been clear about the national security advantages, as have I. This government will do everything we need to do to protect our country, our national security and this place. He knows there's a lot that I can't say about what we're intending to do, but let me be crystal clear. Where there are malign actors, whoever they may be, who seek to undermine our democracy, there will be consequences.
Luke Charters.
I recently visited the Defence Intelligence Academy recently with the Armed Forces Parliamentary scheme, and I saw firsthand how our intelligence services are the best in the business. And the government should be praised for increasing the SIA in real terms. Will he commit to keeping the single intelligence account under review, given the increasing threats around political interference and the threats of state-sponsored terrorism from Iran?
The honourable gentleman makes a very important point about the SIA. And he's right. This government has ensured that our intelligence services have access to the resources they need in what is a very difficult and challenging world. I give him and the House an assurance that should there be a requirement for additional support, this government will always make sure that both our police and our intelligence services have the resources they need to do the very difficult job that we ask them to do.
This law.
Okay, the government will be well aware that through the United Front, the Chinese Communist Party has created a global network of individuals and organisations that act as a political weapon to isolate, neutralise or counter Beijing's critics. Indeed, a recent report, which I have in my hand here, published this month from the Jamestown Foundation, has shown that the UK is one of the top 4 exposed countries to this, with over 400, Mr Speaker, 400 United Front-linked organisations identified. Therefore, why is the government still repeatedly refusing to take the necessary action to protect the nations of these islands by placing China on the enhanced tier of the Foreign Influence Registration Scheme? It may be new, but if it's going to be useful, it needs to be used.
Well, I'm grateful to him. I mean, he does make some important points. He will have heard what I've said previously about FIRS. FIRS is an important capability, and we need to make sure that it's deployed in the right way. But I say to him that there are a number of measures that we have brought forward in recent months to seek to ensure that the United Kingdom is the hardest possible operating environment for those who would seek to undermine our democracy. There are lots of things that we're doing that I'm not able to talk about, but I give him an assurance that we're taking these matters incredibly seriously and we will do everything that we need to do.
Speaker, the Minister will know I've raised my concerns about foreign interference from Russia, from China on many occasions, and today's events really underlines why that's so important. That's why I welcome the Rycroft review. It is fundamentally important we get to the bottom of foreign interference in our politics. My only concern is that because the Rycroft review is specifically looking at financial interference, it may not have the scope to get the full facts of the matter. So if that does prove to be the case, will the Minister commit to doing everything in his power to make sure that we have further work on this so we do know the full extent of foreign interference in our democracy, in our elections and in this place?
Well, Mr Speaker, he's right to raise this and he's consistently done so. I do think that the Rycroft review provides a very important opportunity to stocktake these threats and challenges and work out how best we are going to respond. But I absolutely give him the assurance that he seeks, that if there are measures not contained within the review, and I wouldn't want to prejudge it, of course we will keep an open mind about what more we need to do. We do have a number of powers already that we need to make sure that we're using to maximum effect. But where there is a requirement for new legislation, new powers or additional resources, we won't hesitate to bring them forward.
Dr Kieran Millen.
As the Minister has said, at the heart of this is the question of whether our enemies and malign actors fear the consequences of hostile acts against us, which is why many of us say that the embassy should be paused. But why would the Chinese be worried about consequences to spying when this week another malign actor attempted to kill British armed forces personnel, attacked sovereign territory and suffered no consequences? What lesson does the Minister think China will take from our failure to defend our own territory from military attack?
Well, the honourable gentleman has raised his concerns and he's entitled to do so. I do think it was important, and many would not necessarily agree with this, that the Prime Minister went to China in order to have frank conversations relating to our national security. People should understand that if they seek to commit criminal acts or to undermine our democracy or attack our country or undermine our democracy, there will be consequences, and this government will make sure that this is the hardest operating environment.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently made a submission to the Rycroft Review about my concerns about Chinese communist regime influence on the Labour Party. The Minister will understand, given that we now understand that the partner of a sitting Labour MP and the partner of a former Labour MP have been arrested today, the Minister will understand why I shall be updating that review ahead of my meeting with the Rycroft Review next week. Could the Minister confirm whether or not the Rycroft Review can take account of these arrests, or whether it will need to be extended until charges are not made?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful to the Honourable Gentleman that he's taken the opportunity to contribute to the Rycroft Review, not least because he and a number of his colleagues have an expert insight into the consequences of foreign interference. And I hope he's very much taken the opportunity to reflect on that and to feed that into the review. The review itself, of course, is being conducted independently by Philip Rycroft. He will report by the end of this month, which means, and of course it is independent, that it's absolutely time and space for him to reflect on any events that have taken place recently. This is an important piece of work, and it will inform government policy, not least in terms of cracking down on some of the foreign money, well, all of the foreign money that should not be in our politics. Again, it's a matter that honourable members in his party know quite a bit about.
Harry.
Mr. Speaker, China is a risk, and we've got so much evidence of that. But despite this, the Secretary of State for Energy Security has signed an energy deal with China, which gives them cooperation with us on batteries, on offshore wind, on cables, on inverters. It effectively gives them access to our energy grid, and this is a massive risk. As Security Minister, was he consulted by the Secretary of State for Energy Security about this deal before it was signed?
She raises an important point, Mr. Speaker. I can give her and the House the assurances that we've got checks and balances in place to ensure that decisions such as the ones that she's referred to are made in a way that enables our continued national security. We work collaboratively across government. It is a system that we inherited from the previous government, but we will do everything that we can to make sure that we are taking informed judgments. Where it's appropriate to take judgments that will aid economic advantage, of course we will do so, but underpinning all of that will be decisions to ensure that we make sure that nothing undermines our national security.
Luke Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure I join all colleagues in this chamber to share my shock at the news this morning, but also the disgust at the news that the Chinese state had targeted the partners of sitting and former MPs. So, from a personal perspective, can I ask that the government and the Minister ensures that those who are affected are supported for this utterly outrageous targeting of those closest to them? But turning to the practicalities of what that may imply, can he reassure us all around the chamber that if through the inquiries any suggestion that information was accessed through a sitting or former MP that may well have affected the decision-making of the government, particularly towards the Chinese embassy, that that decision will be paused, will be reviewed and potentially reversed?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I know that the Honourable Gentleman understands that I can't comment about the specifics relating to individuals. I can say to him that, along with the Director General of MI5, I briefed the chief executives of political parties here in the UK just recently, including his own party. One of the points that was made at that briefing is that people who are involved in politics shouldn't make a view that it is only people who serve in government or in particular kind of positions of authority and responsibility who are a target. All of those who are involved in the wider political ecosystem are in play here, and that is an important message for people in this and outside of this place to understand. I'm grateful for the other point that he made. He knows the government's position with regard to the embassy. There's nothing more I can say about that now.
Dr. Neil Shastri.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I know how seriously the Minister takes national security, and he will feel keenly any interference with our democracy. But the 4,500 Hong Kongers who live in the borough of Solihull will take cold comfort from the words that officials have been demarched. Can the Minister guarantee that the Chinese ambassador to the UK will be summoned by the Foreign Secretary for an interview without coffee?
Well, I'm grateful to him, and he's right. I do take these things incredibly seriously, and I'm grateful to the point he made about Hong Kongers in his constituency. I mean, I can say to him that I have personally raised concerns regarding the arrest warrants and bounties directly with Chinese authorities, and he will have heard the remarks that I made earlier on with regard to officials being démarched. The Hong Kongers have an important role and play an important contribution in our country. He knows the government's position with regard to transnational repression. A lot of work has taken place through the Defending Democracy Task Force to make sure that people are and feel like they're protected. If he thinks there's more we should be doing, I'd always be very happy to discuss it with him.
Leasehold.
It's a source of concern that 2 of the 3 men arrested were arrested in Wales, and that they have close associations with the Labour Party. Given that the Senedd goes to the polls in just over 2 months, in the shadow, of course, of the Nathan Gill scandal, what support is to be given to the Electoral Commission to ensure that there are sufficient resources to safeguard those elections against the growing threat of foreign interference?
Well, she's right to raise the importance of the work that the Electoral Commission do. They are a key member of the Defending Democracy Task Force, and we work very closely to make sure that they've got the powers that they need to do the difficult job that's asked of them. She will understand, obviously, that the Rycroft Review and the representation of the People's Bill will not provide legislative change in advance of elections that are taking place in May, which is precisely why we're working very closely with the devolved institutions, and we will be having further contact with them over the coming weeks in order to ensure that the important elections that are taking place around the country in May take place in a fair and free environment. That's what we all want to see.
Mr.
Speaker, can the Security Minister confirm whether the partner of the sitting Labour MP arrested on espionage charges of spying for China had a parliamentary pass?
Well, I'm disappointed that the Honourable Gentleman didn't ask me about furs, because he's consistently done so, and I always enjoy our exchanges. He will understand I have come here at extremely short notice in order to provide an update to the House. I can't get into the operational details of matters that took place just a few hours ago.
Just to reassure you, the answer is no. Carl Locker.
Speaker, the Minister has said numerous times that the Government always prioritise UK national security. Those words ring hollow whenever we think of the Chinese embassy and the fact that this government has granted a mega embassy close to underground cables carrying highly sensitive data. Surely, in light of these highly concerning developments, this government should actually show courage, strength and leadership, and with immediate effect revoke the decision in the interest of national security.
With great respect to the Honourable Lady, and I always listen very carefully to what she has to say, because she represents a part of the United Kingdom that I have a long-standing interest in. But she's not right to say what she says about the embassy. I refer her to the comments that have been made by the ISC, comments that have been made by the Director Generals of our security services. The arrangement that underpins the Chinese embassy involves the reduction of the diplomatic estate in London from 7 sites down to 1. I hope, when she looks at it in those terms, the Honourable Lady will understand that there are national security advantages from this proposal.
Dr. Luca.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A Member of Parliament's partner has been accused of spying for China. Now, the Minister's been asked several times, has the Foreign Secretary or the Home Secretary specifically asked and summoned the ambassador to come and explain themselves? If not, why not?
The Honourable Member, I think, will have heard from my opening remarks that Chinese officials have been démarched both in London and in Beijing. I hope that he will also understand that we are referencing events that happened earlier this morning.
Speaker, as Home Secretary, I delivered the National Security Act largely because of the threat posed by China. Now, if the media reports are true, what will the Minister, well, does the Minister agree that the perception of conflict of interest, compromise and bias are just as damaging as actual conflict of interest, perception, compromise and bias? And will he reassure the House today that the Labour Party will do everything and take appropriate measures to protect the probity of the investigation and maintain public confidence?
Yeah.
Well, let me say to the Right Honourable Lady that, of course, the government will do everything to ensure that the counter-terrorism police, the intelligence agencies have whatever they need to conduct this investigation. And as she will understand from her time as Home Secretary, that is conducted independently of government. It's not for the Security Minister or for the Home Secretary or for any minister for that matter to start getting involved in the business of an investigation. That would not be appropriate, and I hope that she would acknowledge that. Let me just say something positive to her, because she was Home Secretary when the National Security Act was introduced in 2023. This is a vital piece of legislation. This is making a real difference to our ability to counter those who would seek to do us harm. It is a valuable tool in our armoury, but where there is a view that we need to add more tools to that armoury, we will definitely do so.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The name of the Labour Member of Parliament whose husband has been arrested is widely circulating via the media. I don't intend to name that Member of Parliament, but if the reports are true, that Member of Parliament sits on a select committee that would have information which is sensitive, maybe even secret, and indeed, through totally legitimate means, has visited a number of our defence sites across the country. Has there been, and will there be, an urgent review of what sensitive information that Member of Parliament might have been party to? And, at the appropriate juncture, would he release any correspondence between his department and that Member of Parliament around things like the Chinese embassy and other matters relating to China?
Well, Mr. Speaker, on the Honourable Gentleman's first point, he will understand that membership of a select committee is not a matter for government, but I know that Mr. Speaker will have heard the point that he has made, as have I. In terms of his second point, he will understand that we're dealing with events that took place a couple of hours ago. I haven't seen what is being reported online because I've obviously been here, but I will give consideration to the matter that he has raised.
Oh, Jim.
Still one to go, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Can I thank the Minister very much for his answers? Nobody in this House doubts the Minister's commitment to find the answers, to ensure that the truth is out and that justice is done, and I thank him for that, and everybody respects that. I've highlighted when my constituents raised surveillance by the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, in my constituency. I've highlighted when the APPG for Freedom of Religious Belief that I chair, our website was hacked and information removed that highlighted human rights abuses and persecution in China. The Minister's outlined very clearly what's going to happen here in the mainland. In Northern Ireland, we have a porous border with the Republic of Ireland. CCP authorities regularly cross the border going north and south, little or no checks. The CCP activities in the Republic of Ireland has to be watched. What discussions has the Minister had to ensure that the Republic of Ireland government and the Garda Síochána collectively work to ensure and thwart the CCP wherever they are, and especially in Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland? Thank you.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to the Honourable Member, as I always am, and I'm grateful to him for his words about our commitment to these matters. I know he shares that commitment, and I know that he has been a tireless champion for the freedom of those to practice their religion. He's raised, I think, some very important points. I think he will understand if I want to reflect on them more closely, but I can say to him that we do have a very close working relationship with the Republic of Ireland, but I'll look carefully at what he said and get back to him.
That is the end of the statement. Point of order, David Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wish to clarify the record in response to the point of order raised by the member for North Herefordshire on Monday following the Iran statement, in which she claims that the reputation of the Green Party Deputy Leader, Mothin Ali, had been incorrectly attacked by the Right Honourable Member for Wetherby and Easingwold. In fact, he was entirely correct in stating that the Green Party Deputy Leader had attended a pro-Iranian regime rally. This is evidenced by the fact that the poster promoting the rally included the regime's flag, but more importantly showed that the organisers of that event were not only the CND and the Stop Some Wars Coalition, but also groups like the Islamic Human Rights Commission, which the Shawkosh Review named, and I quote, as an Islamist group with links to the Iranian regime. There are also photos and video evidence of pro-regime flags, placards and chants, including chants of death to Israel. And finally, I wish to state my belief, despite public comments made by the leader and their other deputy leader of the Green Party, that there was nothing remotely offensive, racist or Islamophobic in either the Right Honourable Member's question or the Prime Minister's response. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I therefore seek your guidance on how the record may be corrected.
I thank the Honourable Member for his point of order. I assume that he informed the Honourable Member for North Herefordshire and the Right Honourable Member for Wetherby and Easingwold for his intention to refer to them. I can see he's nodding affirmatively. As was made clear from the Chair when this matter was raised on a point of order back on Monday, there is a mechanism for correcting the record for any members that wishes to do so, and that is a matter for individual members themselves. The Honourable Member has now placed his own view substantially on the record. Point of order, Dr. Ciara Mallon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't wish to put the Chair in any position to give us an immediate answer, but obviously, as been commented on, there is rumours online that the arrests of individuals for spying include the partner of a Labour MP. I don't make any suggestion that that Labour MP has done anything wrong, and it could have been any of us potentially. But we all know across this House, we've worked with other MPs, within parties, across parties, share information, campaign together. We may well have been subjected to activities that we could volunteer to the House authorities and other, but unless we actually get a confirmation as to who that individual is, that isn't an easy position to be in. So can the House give consideration to actually letting us know who this individual is so that we might reflect on whether we can offer any helpful information?
I appreciate the member's concern, but the Chair isn't responsible for the content of the statements made by ministers, and the ministers will no doubt update when and if appropriate. The ministers on the front bench are nodding positively to that response. It's not a matter for the Chair. I think I will leave that there because we do not want to continue the debate any further. I'll give the front benches a moment or two to shuffle over. Ready. Presentation of Bill. Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you. Military Action Parliamentary Approval number 2 Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 17th of April, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Friday the 17th of April. Presentation of Bill. Callum Miller.
State Actors Prescription Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 17th of April, please.
Friday the 17th of April. Presentation of Bill. Callum Miller.
United States Military and Security Operations Oversight Bill.
Second reading what day?
Also Friday the 17th of April.
Friday the 17th of April. We now come on to the 10-minute rule motion on police declaration, and I call Tanya Antoniazzi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg that leave be given to bring in a bill to require police officers and certain employees of police forces to declare a membership or affiliation to certain types of society and organisation, to require such declarations to be accompanied by a statement relating to that membership and for connected purposes. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, these secret or closed or private societies have often been the subject of ridicule from Monty Python to The Simpsons. These organisations have been seen as silly, strange, perhaps old-fashioned. Even today we hear reference to the funny handshake club. But look beyond these parodies and you'll find networks of people with power and authority, clubs of like-minded individuals that look out for their own. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, many often do excellent work raising funds for charitable causes and supporting communities. The most well-known of these groups is the Freemasons. It's one of the world's oldest social and charitable organisations with around 170,000 members. It offers people, community support, and it sets out its 4 core values as integrity, friendship, respect and service. And I've met several members who are loud and proud to belong. They are happy to declare their association because it means they can tell people about the good work they do and counter any allegations of secrecy and nepotism. I first raised the issue of police declaring membership to the Freemasons in 2024 with another 10-minute rule bill. This is a matter I have long believed needs to be put right. So, in December last year, I really welcomed the Metropolitan Police's decision to revise its policy to require all officers and staff to declare whether they are members of the Freemasons or any other hierarchical association. The mandate has been largely supported by Met Police officers. A survey of staff showed 2/3 of respondents felt membership to secret organisations affected the perception of police impartiality and public trust. Now, around 400 Met staff have declared their involvement, most of them belonging to the Freemasons. But the move has not been without opposition. Earlier this year, legal action was brought by the home of Freemasonry, the United Grand Lodge of England, along with 2 serving officers. They argued that the Met's disclosure policy breached members' rights to privacy and free expression. However, last month the High Court dismissed the challenge, ruling the Met's policy was both lawful and proportionate. For years, the Met have been under growing pressure to get to grips with concerns about Freemasonry influence in policing. Pressure that intensified after the Daniel Morgan Independent Panel highlighted the issue. The panel, set up to examine corruption around Daniel Morgan's murder in 1987, found serious transparency failings and recommended that officers should be required to declare memberships like Freemasonry to help rebuild public trust. And the pressure increased in March 23 after the Casey Review delivered a stark assessment of the Met Police culture and standards, finding them institutionally racist, misogynistic and homophobic. The Casey Review was commissioned in direct response to the kidnap, rape and murder of Sarah Everard by a serving Metropolitan Police officer. And Sarah has been remembered today in this chamber as yesterday marked 5 years since she was killed. After her death, rebuilding public trust became something the Met Police could no longer ignore. There is still a long way to go, but they hope their new declarable association policy will be an important step towards greater transparency. Across the UK, our policing model relies on public trust and consent, and at the heart of the Pelian principles of policing is the idea that public consent is maintained by applying the law fairly and impartially. The College of Policing's Code of Ethics states that to demonstrate they are applying the law fairly, police forces should operate with transparency. The Independent Office for Police Conduct's 2023 report into public perceptions of the police identified increased transparency as a key measure the police could take to improve confidence in policing. And interestingly, in 2016, the Police and Crime Commissioner for South Wales Police then told Abida Bedwa, if members of a club or society have to disclose, it takes away any hidden agendas. And it would be best to have one common system for local authorities, police forces and health boards. Only then can we ensure everybody is being treated equally. With these words in mind, I am seeking to bring forward a bill that at its heart provides more transparency to the public. The outcome of this bill would be to have a public register of associations for all officers and civilians working in the police. We in this House work cross-party. The issue is a policing one, not a party political one, and I thank my colleagues who have sponsored this bill who come from 3 different parties. Today, I urge this government to introduce legislation to make it mandatory for all police forces in England and Wales to adopt a consistent, standardised approach aligned with the Metropolitan Police Declarable Association policy. so that all our police are legally required to declare memberships, past or present, of any organisation with confidential membership, hierarchical structures and an expectation that members support and protect one another. I want to see all police forces in the UK following the Met's lead. Don't the rest of us who are living outside of London deserve the same level of transparency and impartiality from our police forces?
Hear, hear.
After all, it's not a particularly new idea in this House. In 1997, the Home Affairs Select Committee published its report, Freemasonry in the Police and the Judiciary, and it concluded that we recommend that police officers, magistrates, judges and Crown prosecutors should be required to register membership of any secret society and that the record should be made publicly available. In February 1998, the Home Office accepted this recommendation, stating that all new appointments should have, as a condition of appointment, a requirement to declare membership of the Freemasons. If I was a serving police officer, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would welcome this opportunity to be transparent and show my dedication to the force and to the public. This is what motivates all of us who serve the public. If we are serious about reforming police culture, and I think we should be, then we should leave no stone unturned. This bill serves to act as one of those many stones in need of turning. I must stress that this bill is not seeking to prevent membership to societies. I am acutely aware of the right to association and previous precedent that has been set out for this in the ECHR. For 20 years, I was a school teacher, subject to DBS checks, but not a register of interest as I am now as an MP. I feel very strongly about the significance and role of culture within organisations, particularly in public services. All organisations have a responsibility to change their culture for the better by being honest, and the word again I'm going to use, transparent, about matters relating to governance and day-to-day operations. Of course, one might argue that if such declarations should be made in the police, then they should be made by members of Parliament. Given that we are lawmakers, to them I say, why not? Being part of societies can be inherently positive, enhancing friendships and fostering new connections. But we have issues to be addressed. It is important that we restore trust in the police. This bill is no magic wand. But to quote from the Home Affairs Committee report from 1998, Freemasonry and Public Life, the solution is a simple one. It requires no bans or prescriptions which generally have no place in democratic society. It merely requires public servants who are members of secret societies or a society with secrets, as Freemasons used to say, to disclose their membership. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is time to move beyond secrecy in all police forces across the UK.
Hear, hear.
The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Louise Haigh, Justin Madders, Paula Barker, Claire Hanna, Chris Blow, David Smith, Ben Lake, Anne Davis, Liz Saville-Roberts, Llinos Medi, Sarah Dyke, and myself, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Tonia and Taniazzi. Keep it steady now, keep it steady.
Thank you. Police Declaration Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 17th of April.
Friday the 17th of April. Right, the front benches want to quickly shuffle over. If you're comfortable, Mr. Vince, shall we wait? We now come to the Estimates Day debate. We'll start with the motion on the supplementary estimate for the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office and the debate on the spending of the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office. The debate will be led by Sarah Champion. Minister to move formally. The question is, as on the order paper, Sarah Champion.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to thank the Backbench Business Committee for granting a debate on this topic, which takes place at such a crucial time for the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office. And may I also take this moment to thank the FCDO staff for their ongoing efforts to support British nationals caught up in the conflict in the Middle East. Yeah. Over successive governments, we have seen a sustained reduction in the United Kingdom's development budget, ODA. First, the cut from 0.7% to 0.5% of GNI, and now a stated path towards the 0.3% by 2027. It's also reported that the UK's international climate finance commitment is now to be slashed by £2.6 billion. These cuts have consequences. They affect how the UK is perceived internationally and our ability to support stability and prosperity both overseas and in our own country. Aid has always been a highly cost-effective way of preventing conflict and reducing pressures that eventually reach our own borders. It allows girls to be educated, women to work, farmers to feed their communities, and disease to be challenged and contained, and civil society to hold governments to account. It is our soft superpower, and its benefits cannot be underestimated. FCDO, as this weekend has proved, is constantly dealing with fast-shifting geopolitical sands. In this current financial year, we see further cuts as part of its supplementary estimate to both FCDO's day-to-day and investment spending, both of which have reduced quite dramatically, day-to-day by £457 million and investment spending by £228 million. Most of these cuts are focused on the ODA budget, though Parliament has not yet provided details showing exactly where these reductions will fall. I will, of course, give way.
Madam Speaker, first of all, can I commend Honourable for Rotherham, champion by name and champion by conviction. And we're very, very pleased to see her in the place that she is and what she does, and we thank her very much. I think sometimes, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are opportunities for partnerships. For instance, partnerships with churches who are very active from my constituency in Zimbabwe and Malawi, in Swaziland, in Kenya, in Uganda, in Nigeria, as examples. And there's perhaps a way of partnering with these church groups and with those NGOs and individuals who have an interest in helping. Does the Honourable Lady feel that maybe that's something that the Minister should take on board and government should look at as well? Thank you.
I thank my honourable friend for his kind words, but also for the sentiments, because of course faith communities do so much internationally because it is the right thing to do, but they should be complementing what governments are doing. And at the moment, we know the scale of the cuts, we don't know the distribution, and it is not fair for the philanthropic kindness to be looking to fill those gaps. We know that reductions are taking place. But, Minister, we do not know which programmes will be impacted. And that's not just us in this House. That is the people on the front line trying their very best to deliver these programmes to the very poorest.
On that point,
please.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and I appreciate that she may well give the answer that we don't know, which I think is the point she's making. But I've asked a number of questions to the Minister and actually had some very good answers. I'm not just saying that because he's in his place. About the UK leading on the eradication of polio. So how reassured and how have you asked questions of the department to ensure that the UK remains a leading figure in the eradication of polio worldwide?
I thank my honourable friend for raising it. Polio is one of the success stories which shows when countries work together, we can almost completely, I think we're at 99.98% of eradication. And so I urge the Minister not to step away from this programme. But FCDO has indicated that more information will be released about programmes like the polio, which is going to set out ongoing further funding for ODA projects soon. But at present, let us be realistic. Members are being asked to vote on billions of spending authority without having that complete picture. This greatly limits our ability to assess the real-world implications of the government's decisions. This uncertainty has consequences for long-term partnerships, for humanitarian operations, and for communities that are relying on our support. The estimate also raises questions about staffing and our capability. Crises from Sudan to Gaza, from the Horn of Africa to Ukraine, and of course the Middle East, require experienced personnel and effective programme oversight. Any reduction in FCDO staffing risks weakening the department's ability to deliver and evaluate programmes effectively. In this context, the fact that the FCDO faces cuts to its headcounts seems incredibly short-sighted. A major restructure is ongoing right now and is expected to reduce the workforce by 15 to 25%. We don't know, and unfortunately the staff do not yet know. The failure to produce and share a workforce plan or equalities impact assessment does little to reassure me that the FCDO has sufficiently engaged the staff or the unions in its restructuring, or that it has considered the implications of staffing reductions on its ambitions for odour.
On that point, would my honourable
There are unanswered questions about the ability of the FCDO to retain sufficient expertise and manage its complicated portfolio with such a tight funding envelope. Of course, I allow my honourable friend.
Honourable friend for making a very powerful and pertinent speech. One of the big shifts is from aid to trade, and as a trade envoy we're trying to deliver some of our aid ambitions through trade relationships, but if we just don't have those people available, there is no way that we can even make that shift. So I know she has already started to talk along the importance of making sure that we have people present, but could she elaborate on just how important it is to make sure that we have people retained in the country to deliver the transition that we expect to see?
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and of course we have FCDO and trade staff working together to support the work that he and many others are doing. And trade is fantastic. It is something that we support. I support BII, and I will come on to them in a moment. But that is not something that can stand alone. Our ODA money is there to support the very poorest in the world, to hopefully enable them to get to a point through training, through education, through entrepreneurial skills, to then be a trading partner with the UK. And I will, of course.
She makes a very important point about how we develop communities and individuals. Does she agree with me that actually cooperatives have a really important role to play in economic development, because not only do they create jobs, they give people a stake in the future of those jobs too?
I absolutely agree with my right honourable friend, and one of the ways, well the only way that I'm aware that cooperatives start are by groups of local people coming together. And that's what FCDO and ODA money is particularly good at doing, supporting civil society. I mentioned holding governments to account, but of course it's the economic empowerment that comes from communities being involved in the development of their own countries that we have supported so well for decades, and I really hope we're able to continue doing that. One of my concerns is the likely money that's going to be spent on staff redundancies, and of course I would argue that would be much better spent on furthering British priorities overseas. There are also, of course, pressures on the wider network of institutions that further UK's interests overseas, such as the British Council and the BBC World Service. These institutions play a really important role in projecting the UK's soft power, and they require stable and predictable funding. And although more funding has been provided at the supplementary estimates, this is following a long period of damaging uncertainty, which has really weakened our hand. Inadequate transparency over aid spending has been a persistent theme for the last few years. I'm proud of the work my committee has done to shine a light on where aid cuts have fallen and the impact of this. I'm also extremely grateful to the excellent support provided by my committee staff and the House of Commons Financial Scrutiny Unit in this task. But we do not do this work alone. Independent scrutiny bodies, such as the Independent Commission for Aid Impact, ICAI, play a central role in maintaining transparency and accountancy and making sure that members of this House have the information that we need. I'm deeply concerned that ICAI may be axed as part of these cuts, and I really hope the Minister is able to give us some reassurance that I am wrong in that. This estimate debate sits within a broader shift in the UK's aid strategy towards investment-led development. This is evident in the nearly £500 million of funding for British International Investment, BII, this year. BII is a model built on long-term investments rather than rapid humanitarian response. However, this raises questions about the breadth of our development portfolio and whether we are still there to help the poorest of the poor if we do not have the other support that underpins BII. Of course.
I thank the chair of the International Development Committee for her opening remarks, and indeed I echo the sentiments of the honourable member for Strangford. But does she agree with me that it was extremely disappointing that the previous government, and indeed this government, didn't follow the recommendation of the International Development Committee that there should be someone from the Foreign Commonwealth Development Office on the board of BII to ensure that BII is actually aligned with government strategy, not to make investment decisions, but to ensure that it is aligned with government policy?
Thank my honourable friend and fellow committee member, and I absolutely share his sentiment. So BII, for those that don't know, is our development bank. The FCDO is its sole stakeholder, and it does seem very short-sighted and out of line with other international development banks that we do not have a seat at the board, even if it was a non-voting seat. So yes, I urge the Minister to consider that report that we did and the recommendations. And I do genuinely recognise the excellent, truly excellent work that BII does. But it is a strategy. I will, of course, give way on that point.
I thank her for giving way, and I declare an interest as a former employee of BII. And if I might just gently share my disagreement with the members opposite and with the chair on this point, because whilst it's incredibly important that our development finance institutions adhere to the FCDO's strategy, my personal experience of having kind of politicisation of some of these state-backed financial institutions is that it can end up in a sort of lurching to and fro. And does she share some of my concerns about the potential for that kind of political influence on some of those institutions?
I do share your concern. I don't agree with you about the board point. But if we look at the countries that BII under the last government was asked to focus on, political interference, if you want to call it that, is alive and well. And I agree, we should, when we invest in organisations, we should trust them to do the job. But that requires scrutiny. And so I go back to my point that I'm very concerned if ICAI is cut. Let me move away from BII. Madam Deputy Speaker, today's debate gives members a crucial and timely opportunity to influence the government's approach to funding for FCDO and overseas aid. We face a combination of a diminished budget, a change of strategic direction, and all happening at a time of unprecedented global need. Parliament must insist on clarity about where cuts will fall. We must also insist on reassurance that development expertise will be protected and confidence that the United Kingdom's aid spending remains focused on reducing poverty, supporting development, humanitarian need, and contributing to global stability. This House rightly places a premium on transparency, accountability, and value for money. Every pound now matters more than ever, and let us be reminded, as I frequently am, that it is the taxpayer's pound that we are overseeing. Although our formal powers to amend the FCDO spending limits are limited, debates such as this allow us to exert influence and have our say over at a pivotal moment in the UK's foreign policy. And I know my colleagues in the House will use that moment wisely. Thank you, Chair.
John Whittingdale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'm very grateful for this opportunity to debate the future spending of the Foreign Office. The Foreign Affairs Committee, which I sit on, has shared the concern expressed by the Honourable Lady about the impact of the settlement, which is going to result in significant reductions in the headcount within the department, and we have tried in vain to discover exactly how that is going to impact on the different activities of the Foreign Office. But it seems to me utterly extraordinary that at a time when the world is becoming ever more a dangerous place and the need for British diplomacy and British soft power increases, that we should be cutting back spending on the Foreign Office. I fully support the ambition of the government, indeed press the government to go further to increase spending on defence. But soft power is as important as hard power. And actually, that is the area on which this country has built an extraordinary reputation for effectiveness, and yet we are potentially going to cut it back just at the time when it is needed most. I would ask the Minister specifically to say what is the future of the Soft Power Council, which was set up by the last Foreign Secretary, something I strongly welcomed. The Foreign Affairs Committee took evidence about the work of the Soft Power Council, but it has gone very quiet in recent months, and I hear disturbing rumours that it is no longer regarded as a priority by the Department. So I hope he will be able to assure me that that is not the case in his response. There are 3 areas of Foreign Office funding that I specifically want to touch on. The first, which was mentioned by the Honourable Lady, is the BBC World Service. It is the case that the need for reliable, trusted information around the world is greater than it has ever been before. And yet, at this time, we are seeing the withdrawal from that of America. Voice of America, Radio Free Europe, Radio Free Asia have all been cut right back and leaving a gap which I was told this morning is being filled by Russia and China. It means that the BBC World Service becomes even more important as virtually the sole reliable source to which people can turn. And yet now, I understand, the BBC World Service have still not been told how much money they're going to get in 2026-27. I was allowed to appear with the Public Accounts Committee a few weeks ago when we had the Director General of the BBC and the Director of the World Service ahead, who said to us how impossible it is to plan ahead if they don't know how much money they're going to get. And yet now here we are, weeks later, with just a few weeks to go before the beginning of the financial year, and they have not been told. So I would ask the Minister to confirm whether or not the BBC World Service are in a position to receive the news of how much they're going to get, and also to press him to increase that money, because originally the BBC World Service were told that they should plan for either a real terms freeze or indeed a possible cash cut. And this comes at the same time that the licence fee is under pressure and the BBC are making reductions on their contribution to the World Service through the licence fee. So it is subject to a double squeeze. And I have said before, I have considerable sympathy with the World Service, but actually the right mechanism of funding is through the government and the Foreign Office, and I support the BBC's request that the government do consider moving back to a position where it is fully funded by the government. The second area I want to touch on is the British Council. Now, the British Council, we know, face huge challenges, principally as a result of the loan that was advanced to them during the time of COVID. And unlike many other organisations which were given loans and were not required to repay them, the British Council is being required to repay the loan, even though it appears there is almost no prospect of their being able to do so. In fact, at the moment, the British Council's outgoings are greater than its income. So not only can they not pay the loan, they are not even currently viable. I know, and I thank the Minister for the briefing which I am the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee have been given about the future of the British Council, and I would simply urge the Minister to press ahead with drawing up a plan which will both meet the existing challenges but also set out a route forward which will put the British Council on a firm footing, because it does incredibly important work, particularly in those parts of the world where malign forces are seeking to influence democratic elections and the attitudes of people. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
Thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. It's making a very powerful point about the British Council and the work that it does. A lot of that work is required to actually counter malign Russian and Chinese influence, in that there are a number of countries that are desperate to get out of the grasp of China. And they are countries that would like to see greater friendship with us, and to do that they are trying to encourage a shift in the culture or how their young people engage, and that is delivered through the British Council and English language training. Would he agree with me that some of the value that is applied to this training isn't necessarily seen directly and perhaps should be assigned to security and defence?
That the honourable gentleman makes a very fair point. He's absolutely right about the importance of the work, which is not always fully visible, both in established countries. I mean, I have a particular knowledge and interest in the Baltic nations, which are on the front line against Russia, and where there are, particularly in Latvia, a Russian minority population, which is subject to constant barrage of Russian attempts to influence, and that is an area where the British Council are very active, and I am concerned at reports that the British Council may be forced to withdraw from its activities in the Baltic nations. But as he rightly says, there are other countries where Russia and China are active, which are strategically of huge importance, but which are at risk of tipping back towards the orbit of hostile powers. And the British Council can play an important part in seeking to prevent that. I'll give way again to the gentleman.
That's a very good example, but I also want to make sure that we all understand that those examples aren't just the front line against Russia. Actually, some of these countries are in Africa when they actively need help in being able to draw our aid and the other contributions that we give away from that influence. And we should be actively supporting countries such as Gabon, where they are trying to be a strong partner for the Commonwealth, or in Mozambique, where the language isn't of English naturally.
I completely agree with the honourable gentleman. Africa is of huge importance, and if ever we needed a reminder of the risk to the values we hold from hostile powers, and in particular China, we got a perfect demonstration of that in the statement just an hour or so ago. The third area I just want to touch on, and the Minister, I'm delighted, has specific responsibility in this area, and I very much welcome the commitment he has already shown to it, and that is media freedom. The Global Coalition for Media Freedom was established under the last government by the Secretary of State for Culture, Foreign Secretary at the time. I'm trying to remember Jeremy Hunt's constituency, but the right honourable gentleman for Godalming. I'm most grateful to the whip on the bench, and it is great news that the Foreign Secretary was able to announce, I think at Munich just recently, that the UK is going to take back the chair of the Media Freedom Coalition. It is even more important today than it was when it was set up. But I would just hope that by taking back the chair, it will not just be symbolic, but it will be matched by a real commitment to promote media freedom, which also is under huge threat at the moment in a wide range of countries. We have seen journalists threatened with imprisonment, harassment, and in some cases murdered. And the UK has a very important role to play in promoting media freedom and taking a lead with such things as the introduction of visas for journalists who are under threat, with sanctions against journalists, and I was pleased to see that Georgia, we have just placed sanctions. Madam Deputy Speaker, you are indicating to me that, and I know other people wish to speak, so I will leave it with those three areas, and I would hope the Minister will be able to say a little more about that in his response.
If colleagues could keep their contributions to under 10 minutes, that will help every other colleague in the chamber. Dame Emily Thornbury, Chair of the Select Committee.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to begin by paying tribute to the strength and the bravery of FCDO staff in the Middle East today. They're giving support and guidance to hundreds of thousands of Brits who are stranded and are scared and are desperate to return home. And there are so many lessons to learn from what is happening in the Middle East at the moment, and in the Gulf at the moment. But for the purposes of this debate, I think the lesson we should learn is all about the vital importance of the Foreign Office. And it's not all about wearing linen and drinking gin under jacaranda trees. It is a great deal of... I've done it. But it's also a great deal of hard work. And it's very important that we recognise that. It's never been harder. And I mean, just look at what they're having to deal with right now. I heard on the radio just a few days ago a 21-year-old who had gone out to Dubai to celebrate her birthday. She was there all by herself, and she was being interviewed, and she was clearly really frightened. And it is the embassy that will be looking after her, and I hope it'll be the embassy that will be getting her home to her mother. And it's our brave Foreign Office staff at a time like this that have to step up, and I'm sure that they themselves are terrified, but they will be getting her back. They're going to call in the favours. They're going to call in favours that they've developed over years. They're going to rely on relationships that they have developed. They're going to rely on the credit that they have in the bank because of their professionalism and because they work together and they work on behalf of our country. And they cultivate relationships. They use that strength. And hundreds of thousands of Brits in the Gulf will be relying on that professionalism in the next few weeks and months. And they will be acutely aware that they are being charged also with attempting to put down the seeds for how it will be that a peace will develop in the future. And that will also rely on their relationships and their professionalism. And they do that against a background of knowing that it is very important that Britain continues to be a force for good, which Britain can be when it is at its best. And yet, when we're asking all of this from them, and we're asking all this service from them, we are expecting them to work twice as hard against a background of rumours and stories about cuts to their jobs, where they could be, 25% of them could be losing their jobs. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is really important for the House to remember the sacrifices that these civil servants make. And because of their work, they do a different job to our armed forces, but effectively they are keeping us safe. And it is very important that that is understood. And, I am concerned that the strategy for the restructuring of the Foreign Office is not very clear when it comes to strategy. I appreciate that it seems that what's happened is that we're taking a top slice off, so the directors are being shorn, there are fewer of them, and then they themselves will be expected to cut their staffing back by, we're told, about 25%. I would just warn the Minister, and perhaps to reflect on this, which is that kind of restructuring is not one which prioritises or which is particularly sensitive to Ministers' priorities. It would seem to just be, we are restructuring in order to restructure, but not looking first and foremost about what it is that the Foreign Office is about, what is it that we should be doing, and how do we make sure that we retain the expertise, the knowledge, the connections, the best people, in order to be able to deliver those priorities. Because otherwise, I fear that we undermine yet again the morale in the Foreign Office. I could go into some of the reasons why, under the previous government, the Foreign Office morale was gravely undermined, but this is not the place. But I don't want us to be doing it again ourselves. So in the limited time that I have, I'm not going to go into any more details. I think what I'm going to do, given how little time there is, what I want to do is I want to say this. I share the Right Honourable Gentleman's concern about the British Council. He is of great expertise. We have had private meetings. We have had public meetings. We've had the NAO over. We've sent our own auditors into that. We've spoken to the unions. We are doing everything we can as a Foreign Affairs Committee to support the Foreign Office to ensure that the British Council, when it is restructured in a way that is for the benefit of our country and the benefit of our culture and the benefit of soft power. And we are watching you carefully. That's all I'm saying at this stage. May I move on then, perhaps? Given the time that I have left, I have promised myself to give myself full range until the Deputy Speaker stops me to talk about the I think one of the most important things that we do as a country, which is that we support the BBC. Across the world, there are countries that are using huge amounts of money. £8 billion China and Russia are using on their global news platforms every year to spread lies. And we have, against that Goliath, the David that is the BBC. But the advantage the BBC has is that it is a badge of truth like no other organisation. I mean, other countries would just die to have this. We have this. We have the BBC. We have the World Service. People turn on the World Service. They turn over from other channels when a war has been called. They turn over and they go, oh, let's see what the BBC is saying, because they want to know what the truth is and not just the nonsense and not just the spin. And what are we doing at this time? At this time, when there is a new type of warfare, the new type of warfare, which is not about guns, it is not about tanks rolling over the hills, it is about the war for people's minds. And that war for people's minds is about the promotion of lies. And that is the new type of warfare, and we are so complacent about it. We are not sufficient alive to how much manipulation is going on, and we are allowing this jewel, this gift that Britain could give to the world, to diminish. Why are we doing this? I personally feel that it is not just a matter of making sure that the funding for the Foreign Office doesn't get cut, for the World Service doesn't get cut. I would say, particularly if our presence in Africa is going to be diminished, as it unfortunately most definitely will, given what's happening in terms of our aid budget, at least let those countries hear a bit of truth and let it be promoted. Look, it's not like we're nothing. I mean, I don't want to overstate this. We're already communicating with 313 million people worldwide. That's pretty good. Let's make sure that they all get an opportunity to hear what it is that the BBC can do. The new unit when it comes to fact-checking is second to none and is so important at a time like this to crack the lies so that people can get back and see the truth. I'm
extremely grateful to the Chairman of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, endorse absolutely everything she said about the BBC World Service. Would she just make a brief comment in the time available about the sister organisation of BBC Monitoring? The monitoring service used to have a modest ring-fenced grant from the Foreign Commonwealth Office, as it then was. This was done away with, and it is now entirely dependent on the BBC's wider organisation for its funding. Is it not long overdue that the dedicated ring-fence grant for BBC Monitoring, which filters out all the most interesting comments that other countries' broadcasters are saying, was restored?
I don't think I need to repeat the points that the Right Honourable Gentleman has made, and he's made them very well. But perhaps I could go to a specific, which is, of course, at this time, BBC Persian. BBC Persian. You look at the incredible work that they're doing. They are sharing vital, life-saving information to millions of Iranians suffering right now in internet blackouts. You know, the ones that are doing the fact-checking, they are a source of truth. They are an independent voice. They are not propaganda. And if you want to see how effective they are, all you have to do is look at the fact that the regime absolutely loathes them. So if you need a badge of truthful and gold star, that must be it by itself. Why are we not supporting more? Why is it that the Arab radio station that was on in Lebanon got cut, and guess what? Sputnik took over the airways straight afterwards. I mean, what are we doing? What is the matter? This must be a priority, in my opinion. I will finish with this, because I can see the beady eye of the Deputy Speaker on me as we speak. Let me give this which is the best example. I was told that where the BBC the World Service is growing more than anywhere else is in the fringes of China, is in the countries around the edge of China, and it's the TikTok accounts, the BBC TikTok accounts. And what story does that tell you? It tells you that young people want the truth, and they are desperate to find it, and they're doing it in the way that young people do through Tik Tok, but they go to the good old BBC.
David Mundell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to begin with one very specific ask of the Minister, and hopefully it's one that he can give, and that is a continuing commitment to Aberrombie House in East Kilbride as the FCDO's second headquarters. The government scrapped plans to build a new headquarter building in Glasgow and have confirmed up to now that they're staying at Aberrombie House. But as the International Development Committee has heard, that building requires significant investment, and at a time of such significant cuts to the FCDO budget, obviously, and staffing changes, there's a concern as to whether that will actually be done. Turning as a member of the International Development Committee to the issue of ODA and development finance. As the FT reported, recent analysis from the Centre for Global Development reveals a startling reality that this Labour government is presiding over cuts to our overseas aid budget that are not only deeper but faster than those being implemented by the Trump administration across the water. I can't believe that that was the objective of a government that said that it wanted to achieve global leadership on these matters. And I do understand the necessity of financial discipline and, of course, the funding pressures that the Treasury are wrestling with, even if some of them are self-inflicted. I've often argued in this House that we must be pragmatic and strategic with our development resources, looking for where we can make the best and most profound difference. I don't think, as the chair of the committee has said, scrapping ICAI, which is monitoring how we get value, is the best way forward in achieving that. And there's been some very significant and important ICAI reports, such as the 2020 report, which highlighted how much value the government got from investment in nutrition for every pound that was spent. And that's why, as a champion of nutrition, I've long supported the Child Nutrition Fund. With a relatively modest investment by the UK government, this fund can leverage philanthropic and private capital whilst mobilising domestic resources to dramatically improve the well-being of millions of women and children. And the Child Nutrition Fund, in my view, is something that does meet the test of public expectations for ODA funding, that of food in stomachs and JAGs in arms. Now, I've also supported, because I realise that we are in a changing world, the IDC's inquiry into the future shape of aid. And we do recognise that things will have to be different, but we want to see leadership from the UK government in this regard, and we want to see a plan. When the UK government is slashing development spending to the extent to which it is, by some 27% by 2027, as I've said, outpacing the reductions proposed in Washington, one must ask how this stacks up against other government objectives, and where is the plan? And whilst the US Congress has acted as a vital check, I see very little of that same approach here in the UK, despite the very best efforts of the International Development Committee. As I've said before, if cuts are to happen, they need to be thought through, and that thinking needs to come prior to the cutting. This, sadly, has not been the case, and unless the Minister pulls it out of the hat at the end of this debate, there is no evidence of a plan. Reductions in ODA were announced over a year ago, but the UK's Future of Aid conference will not be taking place until May this year, if at all, I suspect. In the meantime, services are falling over that could otherwise be put on a sustainable footing through new and innovative approaches, or being transferred to capable local partners. And the issue of the change in policy in the US
has significant ramifications which we should be addressing now, particularly the withdrawal of funding on LGBT and family planning issues. And this is most certainly, Madam Deputy Speaker, not the time for the FCDO to be cutting its LGBT budget, as the Elton John AIDS Foundation have, amongst others, highlighted. We are told these reductions are to fund our defence capabilities against Russian and indeed now Iranian aggression. The government must, however, be careful not to create a vacuum of influence, as others have already highlighted, and allow malign actors to move in while we do this. One need only look to Russia's Wagner Group and their operations in Africa, particularly around critical minerals, as another example of this. Now, as a co-chair of the APPG on HIV AIDS, I want my final remarks to focus specifically on the impact of the changes on the fight against HIV and AIDS. And I particularly commend the Independent newspaper and their correspondent Belle True for highlighting some of these issues. Last November, I was pleased to be able to welcome the government's pledge of £850 million to the Global Fund to fight AIDS, tuberculosis and malaria. In a time of tight resources, it does offer real value for money, dealing directly with devastating and widespread diseases, but also building the capacity in the health systems of partner countries. It can be a crucial pathway to ending dependency. But while £850 million was welcome, it was nonetheless a £150 million reduction from 2022. And it was also coupled with uncertainty for other organisations like the Robert Carr Fund, Unit Aid and UN AIDS. The One campaign expect this shortfall to result in a very tangible 250,000 additional deaths and 1